All right, good morning, everyone. Do we have any preliminary matters? Nora?
Chair Gillette, we just have one at the right time. I don't know if others have administrative matters, but we had just one correction that Mr. Hurwitz wanted to provide for the record on a small piece of testimony yesterday. We could do that at the start of the proceeding if that's acceptable.
Yes, let me just check if there are any other parties or interveners with administrative matters this morning. If not, we can take that correction from Mr. Hurwitz before we resume authority staff cross.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hurwitz, I'll take it, let you take it from here.
Mr. Grealish, yesterday you were asking me about the table on page 45 of the direct testimony of the customer service panel, and you asked a question about the line labeled customer advocates. And I explained that there were two positions, which is why the total was one. And that was correct. That was what the testimony indicated, but I've subsequently become aware of the company's response to EOE 199, which indicated that upon review, there is just one customer advocate. And so the 0.5 SCG, 0.5 CNG, one total should have been, as you were probably suspecting, 0.25 SCG, 0.25 CNG, and 0.5 in total. That will have a flow through effect of 0.25 FTEs on our proposed revenue requirement. We will reflect that in LFE1.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
I also referred you to the customer service panel, which again was correct, but I should have also added that we have Ms. Palella here today to answer any further questions you may have on this matter.
Okay, yes, thank you. That's the only question I had on that, because I'm more of the on the compensation side. We do have a customer service panel coming up that I'm guessing we'll have some additional questions as well. But yeah, thank you very much for that. I appreciate that.
Of course.
1 second. Is your internet working? Your internet working? Is your internet working?
I meant to.
My password expired. Okay. Do you have internet right now? It took a while. Connecting. Okay. Kate, do you have internet? You do? Okay. All right. Well, I guess I'll proceed without internet. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll connect to my something. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'll restart my computer. All right. Sorry about that. Mr. Grealish, you can.
Thank you very much. And good morning, everyone. So just want to start off today by revisiting OCC 100, please.
There.
Right. So on that risk question, there was a question about why the mitigation payments will be an annual basis in question B. And it does not appear that the company really answered that portion of the question. So I was hoping you could elaborate on that and discuss what the question asked, why it would be considered annual. And I actually would add in another section to that question, how long is it anticipated to be an expense for the company?
So the annual decision was part of negotiations, but it's also representative of the fact that people get accruals annually too. So it's trying to do something similar outside the plan, and they'll continue to get those mitigation payments until they reach age 65, as long as they're with the company by prior year end.
Okay, so in theory, you could have someone who's straight out of college at 22. I mean, how would that work?
They wouldn't have a pension, sir.
Okay, so they would. So it was only people after, I believe it was March 1st, 2023 was frozen, if they were correct.
For Hartford Union, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Hey, do you have a? And I know you can't tell when people are going to retire. Would you have a rough estimate how many years that's planning to be a payout?
Each person is very specific and unique, so it depends on where that person is until age 65. So there could be some participant that's getting 10 years of payments. There could be another participant that's only getting 2 or 3 years of payments.
Okay, but you didn't calculate out an average between like, or maybe a maximum amount of years? You don't have that information?
When we give you the list of mitigation payments, it'll be self-evident. You'll see all that
Oh,
as
okay.
part of that.
Excellent. So that's included in the late file I asked for yesterday?
It will be, sir, yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna move on next to OCC 184, please.
We're there.
Thank you. Just curious if you could explain the justification for the promotion budget increase to 1.5% in 2023 in the test year as well, when it was 1% in all previous years listed.
Yeah, what we saw was this times with some of the, if I may call it, the backlash of the Great Resignation. So as you'll see in our testimony, we had a much higher attrition rate, and that had an internal impact. So as part of trying to retain our own staff with a very modest increase in our promotions budget, that allowed us to do that. It was another part of our retention strategy.
Okay, and has the company seen any positive effects to the, based on that, or any other efforts that the company might be making to retain employees?
Yeah, I would say we've definitely seen a positive effect of that. So I'm thinking, and I'm talking at Avangrid level here, if you don't mind, I'm thinking in 2023, in the last couple of quarters, we've seen a slowdown of attrition, which thankfully has continued into 2024. And I believe that we're probably seeing some of the lowest attrition in our company since before the pandemic. So I'm happy to say that.
That actually dovetails nicely into my final question. Given that situation, how is CNG going to track and ensure the proposed FTE additions are filled timely? And if they are not, what contingency plans exist if the positions are not filled?
We're working with our talent development team and in our talent acquisition team. We are established some diverse pipelines. We are going to trade schools. So we're really getting out into the community to be proactive, to be able to fill these highly skilled roles that we've seen, attrition in.
Now, if the roles are not filled, is there any consideration that some of the tasks the company has to complete that do not get completed, and maybe have to farm out to consultants or third-party temporaries or temporary agencies or anything of that nature?
Depending on the work, the business, we can, leverage contractors depending on what's needed.
Excellent, thank you. So like I said, that's actually my last actual question, but I do have a late file exhibit request, if I may. It's not really based on any specific response. It's more of a summary catch-all request. What I'm hoping to obtain is, and I would request it to be on an unlocked Excel, please. If I can get a breakout of all employees in their various costs as of the December 31st, 2022, December 31st, 2023, and April 30th, 2024. What I'm looking for is a listing of all employees at that given, whatever, that given time frame that you're on. And I'm hoping to, for the columns to get the information. The employee number, as we discussed yesterday, will be a fictitious number that you guys create. But I'm also looking for the job title, base pay, short-term incentive, long-term incentive, loyalty payments, employer social security costs, employer Medicare costs, employer-related HSA costs, employer-related medical and dental insurance costs, and payroll taxes for both the feds and state. Any employer unemployment costs and any employer pension match costs. Essentially, I'm looking for all costs associated with each and every employee. I just listed them out for clarity.
So we can do that for CNG and SCG employees like you asked. The
Mhm.
time period, so you said December 31st, 2023, those are income statement amounts. Do you want the full year from January 1st through December 31st?
Yeah, so what I'm kind of envisioning on this, this support isn't so much, I don't need it like on a monthly basis. I'm just kind of looking at as of year end, what the total expenses were for each individual employee.
Okay, the
So,
request for April 30th,
Mhm.
so that won't be a full year.
Yes,
So I
that
just
would-
wanna, it's gonna look funny because of one theoretically would be the full year for December 31st and one would be, I'm guessing you're asking January 1st through April 30th?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yes, that's correct. I apologize. I should have been more clear about that. So on the December 31st, 22, that'll be calendar year 22. 2023 calendar year would be December 31st. And for April 30th, 24 would be from January 1st until April 30th. I would actually also ask if you could also include on there, if there are any positions that are still remaining open, please note that. And I would also request also if you could separate at any given of those timeframes, the positions that are considered new and vacant for the company at that given time.
Okay, so just to repeat it back to you, just so I make sure I understand. For CNG and SCG employees, you want the full all-in, anything that we've given them, including long-term incentive, their base pay, employee medical, HSA costs, payroll taxes for both federal and state, et cetera, any payments made to them for the full year ending December 31st, 2022, for the full calendar year ending December 31st, 2023, and for the 4-month period ending April 30th, 2024.
Yes, that's correct.
The only thing with through April 30th, 2024 is we're not closed on the books until May 7th or 8th.
Okay.
Can we do this as the May 17th? Yes.
I would be.
Thank you.
Oh,
I can make the due date May 17th. Thank you.
Yeah, that would be perfect. And yes, I do appreciate that. And that's actually the last question and LFE that I personally have. And thank you very much.
My apologies. Can I ask one more clarification on that late
Certainly.
file? At the end, you described open positions and then positions that are new and vacant. And I don't know that I appreciated the distinction you were.
At the time, so if you had say as of December 31st, 2022, you realized you needed to you had to hire a brand new position at that time. That's what I mean by new and vacant would be positions that you had previously that just remain unfilled at that given time.
That helps. Thank you.
Excellent.
Okay, thank you. So then we have Mr. Kramer, please.
Is there a LFE?
Oh, the LFE number is 120.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, panel. I'm gonna start with some questions that were referred to this panel from the Clean Energy Innovations panel and some of my cross-examination from yesterday. First off, regarding interrogatory CAE 84. This specifically, I was asking about the numerical targets for two metrics here, the women in executive positions and the women in senior leader positions. But in having that question answered yesterday, I also requested a late file exhibit. And so I think that's the request of this panel is if we could have a late file exhibit for essentially taking the attachment 1 to CAE 84 and expanding the list of employees to include all employees. You may have heard this yesterday already, so I think we may be clear on this, but we want to hear we want to see all employees so we can put the female employees in context of the total company.
Yes, I heard that yesterday and we can do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that's late file exhibit 121.
Great. All right. Next up, regarding the company's response to interrogatory CAE 80. This discussed some of the different health and safety initiatives sort of within the company's ESG strategy. And specifically, I'm curious if this company can answer for me whether the health and safety initiatives described in the response are available to all employees and which, if any of them, are mandatory.
So I'm just reading through this. I don't work in health and safety, but I am aware of some of these programs, and I may refer some of this to Mr. Visconti shortly. But so health fairs where we have screenings as part of our health and well-being strategy, they are not mandatory, but we offer them, and obviously they have a clear benefit in the health of our employees and actually determining if they have issues that can be referred on to other medical services that we may have, etc. So that is not mandatory, but it's something that we do typically annually. Free flu shots, we offer them as well as part of our, I guess, health mitigation annually. And obviously there's a serious productivity gain from that. We have things like walking challenges. I've got the Fitbit, so I'm in it. I think Paul would correct me, but there's maybe something like 700 employees who voluntarily sign up for that. It's just a bit of fun, but it's got a serious implication in terms of, again, the health of our workforce. I may refer to Mr. Visconti now because this actually mentions Sleepio and daylight. So if Paul would like to, Mr. Visconti would like to pick up on this because he deals with these products specifically.
Sure. Thank you, John. I can't speak to anything from a safety perspective, but from a well-being perspective, we have an array of programs to help our employees, be well, including Sleepio and Daylight, which help with sleep deprivation and anxiety. As you can imagine, if employees aren't getting enough sleep, there's risk when they're out there on the wire or reading a meter or doing whatever they're doing from a work perspective. So we want to make sure we have resources out there to help people feel good about themselves and be productive and be present at work.
And are those programs that you're describing, they're available to all employees?
They are correct.
And are they mandatory or no?
No, totally voluntary.
Okay, thank you. And those programs that that you both just described, are they funded, are those programs funded by ratepayers?
They should roll up into the rev requirements as part of the benefit total.
Part of the benefit package?
We only pay for who utilizes those benefits, though.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then just to confirm, included in this is the field safety observations, so those are mandatory.
Thank you. I was going to move on to that next. So the field safety initiatives are mandatory. And is that for all staff or just for staff that work in the field?
Just the staff that work in the fields.
Okay. And to what extent do field safety observations and other inspections play a role in sort of how the company manages safety on an ongoing basis?
It's critical to how we manage safety on an ongoing basis, the inspections and the observations.
Okay. So I guess another way to ask is just, is there what sort of mechanisms are in place to ensure that there's that feedback loop that's completed where what happens in the field is then learned from and sort of incorporated into regular practice by the company?
Sure, 1 second.
So all incidents that happen from a safety perspective are tracked, and there are weekly calls where we go into excruciating detail on what happened, with the incident, how is it being classified, and what are some mitigation techniques going forward to prevent those type of incidents from happening. So that's happening on a regular basis, and there's reporting that goes to leadership fairly regularly as well.
Can I just add to that, that I wake up to a daily email every day that tells me the incidents from the previous day, so that there is a big focus on field incidents and observations.
Okay, thank you.
There's also, I just want to add daily safety briefings, and I know we have occasional safety summits as well to kind of drill home some of that messaging.
Okay, great. I may come back to this topic at a later point as it relates to some of the performance metrics listed in some of the compensation plans for the company as well. Okay. And the health and safety initiatives themselves that we're just describing, are these also ratepayer funded?
Yes, they are. Said another way, they're included in the revenue requirement request.
And if you don't have it at your fingertips, maybe as a read-in, could you point me to where in the schedules we would see these costs reflected for the revenue requirement?
Yes, we can do that as a read-in.
I think it might be T.
In T.
Thank you.
In T. Okay, and my final question from picking up on some of the threads from yesterday where I was referred to this panel, the employee development programs discussed in the company's response to CAE 81. Are these programs also funded by ratepayers? Are they included in the revenue requirement?
They are.
Okay. And could we add to read in T to get the place we'd find those costs reflected in the company's application?
Just to clarify in the last sentence, the new leadership development programs launched in 2023 that are discussed here are not in the revenue requirements, but there are leadership development cost requests in the revenue requirement request. So we can tell you where we've included the old ones, but some of these new ones have not yet been included because they're not in the test year.
Understood. That makes sense.
And Mr. Kramer, you can refer to our response to RRU 799 and CNG attachment 1, which reflects an itemization of the training costs allocated to CNG and SCG in the historical test year. And as Ms. Van Luling just described, some, but not all of these programs are reflected in that attachment.
Great, thank you. And so then, Ms. Van Luling, just to confirm, the company is not seeking recovery for the costs of the new leadership development programs that were launched in 2023 because it's not in the test year. Is that accurate?
Not in this proceeding.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna shift gears with my questioning now into executive and officer compensation. And first off, in the company's response to UPA 9, the company stated that there were no executives or officers employed by CNG in 2022, the test year. Therefore, can the company confirm that it does not seek cost recovery for any CNG executive or officer compensation in the proposed rate year?
Please just re-ask that.
Certainly. So referring to the company's response in UPA 9, which stated there were no executives or officers employed by CNG in 2022, the test year. Can can the company then confirm that it does not seek cost recovery for any CNG executive or officer compensation in the proposed rate year?
Confirmed.
Thank you. Are there currently any executives or officers employed by CNG?
No, not to my knowledge.
And is that because there are vacant spots or because the executives and officers are instead at the avant-garde level and not at the operating company level?
They're at the UIL level.
Wow.
Yeah. Or
UIL.
UIL. Yes. Thank you. Actually, just, I believe Mr. Langland may be at the Avangrid service company level.
Thank you. I'm going to refer now to attachment 1 from the company's response to UPA 1.
We're here.
In the workbook, attachment 1, can you confirm the amount of executive compensation that the company proposes to recover for the rate year for executives and for officers?
Just to clarify, can you define what you mean by compensation? Are you looking for the total compensation that includes salaries, bonuses, stock awards, options, non-equity incentive plan, changes in pension plan, and all other compensation?
Yes.
So I had said bonus, technically this qualifies as incentive. The reason it says bonuses in the schedule is because we formatted it to match the SEC format. But to answer your question for CNG, it's $1,076,519.
Thank you. And that's for the 4 named officers and the 40 unnamed officers. Is that correct?
The 40 unnamed officers and the 4 named officers, correct? So 44 individuals in total.
Okay. Then additionally, for the directors, I see an amount of $1,188,653. Is that the amount the company seeks cost recovery for the rate year?
Correct,
Okay. And that consists of 15 named directors and 4 unnamed directors?
correct.
Okay.
My apologies, Mr. Kramer. Could you please just repeat the number you said? I think you might have picked up both officers and directors.
Yes, sorry, you did.
I did. Let me double check, please.
If you want me to help, if you don't mind if I help you, row
Please.
74, 112,134 is the sum of all of the directors, which is rows 55 through 73. And if you add the 112, 134 of the directors plus the 107,6,519 of the officers, that's how you get to the total of the 118,653.
I see that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. For the same attachment, do all of the officers and directors work for one of the Avangrid companies
Or UIL.
or UIL, then I'd like to request as a late file that this attachment be updated to include the company that each of the executives or officers work for. Please.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's slate file exhibit 122.
Thank you. Ms. Van Luling, you mentioned you started referring to the column headers and that it's presented in the SCG format.
Correct.
Given that, could you please help me locate where we would see some of the different incentive plans reflected in these columns? And specifically, I mean, those that are discussed in the panel's testimony. So the long-term incentive plan, the executive variable pay plan, and the annual performance award.
You want to know where the named officers, where we discussed that for named officers?
Yes, in the workbook, I'd like to know where each of those three incentive compensation plans would appear. Since they're not labeled as such, I'm trying to locate where those plans live, where we would see those amounts for those plans reflected in the workbook.
So on this workbook, if in column E, when it says bonus, as Ms. Van Luling said, that is SEC directive to classify that as bonus. If you add that in column K, you will come to the total of what we would describe as the EVP plan. Under stock awards, the reason is that, yeah, the stock awards is the LTIP, but it may be because of the way our long-term incentive plan works. It's a 3-year performance period and a 3-year payout period. The grants weren't issued until 2023. So if this is a 22 schedule, there would have been nothing on there because there was no grants issued. But that stock awards would refer to our LTIP typically. We do not do stock options, hence that column is blank.
Okay. One clarification on what you just said, Mr. O'Neill, regarding the long-term incentive plan. Did I hear correctly that those grants are made on a 3-year cycle?
Yeah, so where we are at the moment is we have the 2020 to 22 plan, and the remaining tranche, so it's 3 tranches, the remaining tranche vests in March of 2025. And then we've just issued the 23 to 25 plan, and the vestings are March of 26, 27, and 28.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, in addition to what Mr. O'Neill just said, we do have a footnote at the bottom on row 83 that does confirm that the long-term incentive plan compensation was removed in a pro forma adjustment from the revenue requirement.
Thank you.
But I am happy to keep discussing it.
Wonderful. The third program that I didn't hear discussed was the annual performance award. Are directors and executives eligible for this compensation program?
Yeah, yes, they are. And the distinction is for the EVP plan, it is typically management committee members and vice presidents reporting to management committee members. And for the APA plan, there can be vice presidents in that plan, but they are not reporting to management committee members. So they're in both. So if there's officers on here that don't report to management committee members, they may actually be in the APA plan. I said it could be all EVP. Actually, it could be both, to be fair.
Okay. To make sure I understand, where would, in this workbook, where would we see annual performance awards reported?
In non-equity incentive plan compensation.
Thank you. And you started to get at my next question somewhat, which is how is it determined which executives and officers participate in which incentive compensation plans?
Yeah, that's very easy. That's as I described. So the EVP plan, the executive variable plan, is management committee members and those VPs who report to management committee members. So I report to the Chief Human Resources Officer of Avangrid, and I would qualify. Andrea or Ms. Van Luling reports to the Chief Financial Officer and Controller of Avangrid. She would qualify. If you're not a VP reporting to a management committee member, you are defaulted into the EVP. You cannot be in the EVP.
Can you say that one more time? I'm sorry.
Sorry, apologies. You're defaulted to the APA. You cannot be in the EVP if you're not a VP, Vice President reporting to a management committee member. And we do have instances where, due to restructuring, people are, although they still are a vice president, they move out of the EVP plan into the APA plan.
Thank you. And who's eligible for the long-term incentive plan?
Typically, the current one is vice presidents and management committee members.
Okay, thank you. One other question on this attachment. At the risk of stating the obvious, but based on the information in here, can you confirm that the directors listed here earn salary only and no variable compensation?
Yeah, I can confirm that, yes.
Thank you. Okay. My next question is regarding the company's response to UPA 4. In its response, the company indicated that the amount of executive compensation it seeks to recover in this proceeding for the rate year is included on SFR Schedule C 3.18. And I'm wondering if you could identify the line item and amount specifically on Schedule C 3.18.
So the amount we're seeking will not be discretely identified on C 3.18. That reflects I'll call it a higher level of expense. The amount would be what we were just discussing in UPA 01.
So in the Schedule C, it would be rolled up with other amounts, other line items, so I wouldn't be able to see the same 1.1 million reflected there and the Schedule C.
It's allocated in the cost from UIL and the cost from ASC. So it's part of those allocated costs. So it's included in those line items. It's a component of that.
Okay. And which line items are those, please?
I've gone to Schedule CNG WP C 3.18, page 1. It's just the first page of the schedule we referenced. The first two lines are labeled costs from UIL and costs from ASC.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just for clarity, I'll add down below, you can see we make pro forma adjustments to those amounts. So Ms. Van Luling described the pro forma adjustment related to the long-term incentive plan. You can see that pro forma adjustment denoted on numbered line 10 of the schedule.
Right, and I think the company referred to that in its response to UPA 4, so thank you for noting that. Okay. I'm gonna go back just briefly to UPA 1, attachment 1. This presentation includes the monthly residential rate impact per bill indicated in for CNG, row 76 as 39 cents, and the annual residential rate impact per bill as in row 77 as $4.66.
Correct.
And these numbers are hard coded in the workbook. Can you just walk us through the methodology for how you make these estimates?
I might ask that you ask that question of the rate design panel as we collaborated with them to develop these numbers. If that's acceptable.
When is the rate designs panel scheduled? Next week. Okay, thank you.
Alternatively, it can take a
We
read in
can
or
take a
I
look.
just wanted to make sure it wasn't behind us already.
No, no, no,
It is in
no,
front
no.
of us.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
We can offer a read-in if
Uh,
that makes it simpler.
Yeah, I would appreciate that.
Yep.
If you could. Thank you.
no problem.
Okay, thank you. It's reading you.
Okay. My next question is regarding the company's response to UPA 3, where it's explained how column K of schedule CNG G 2.12, this is the percentage of compensation charged to utility, how it's determined. And the company explains that it's through time writing for each executive in 2022 and hours recorded at the service companies, which then determines the allocation based on cost causative drivers. Can you please, just for clarity in the record, can you explain what time writing means?
Sure. It's how we charge our time. So every day we charge our time to a specific code. And we have default code that may have a associated causation driver. So I'm in control. My default code is one that uses the Massachusetts formula. However, there's other codes that allocate to certain items, such as as for Avangrid, I was working on the P&M merger. So that was a specific code that did not get allocated anywhere. And so we pulled the total amount of time that actually got charged to the entity for each of these individuals. And then we looked at the dollar values that actually got charged.
So understanding that, it then I could understand that those allocations are based on actual time spent by executives and officers in the rate year, or I'm
Yeah.
sorry, in the test year.
Correct. It's actual time spent. Some of it, again, does have like the underlying formula. So if I'm just doing my regular day-to-day job, I charge my regular day-to-day code that uses the Massachusetts formula. But it is actual time spent on like any items that should not be allocated using your default code, you charge to those specific codes.
Understood. Do we have an explanation of the Massachusetts formula in the record?
We do, one moment.
Thank you.
The direct testimony, pages 23 to 24. We also have a few data requests on it as well,
Great, thank you.
like defining defining how it's calculated, showing the underlying calculation, and then for each of the different types of drivers, what the causation drivers are to get allocated.
Great, thank you.
And the direct testimony reference there was the direct testimony of the revenue requirements panel.
In the company's response to UPA 12, it explains that the objectives of the long-term incentive plan are comprised of ESG goals at 30%, adjusted net income at 35%, and total shareholder return at 35%. Can you explain how adjusted net income is calculated for the purposes of these objectives for the long-term incentive plan?
So adjusted net income is adjusted net income as defined by the SEC rules, which is included within the 10Qs and the 10Ks as filed.
Thank you. And can you also please explain how total shareholder return is calculated for the purposes of the long-term incentive plan reporting?
We use an S&P utility group that corresponds to Avangrid as a whole, and we compare our returns as compared to that utility group as a whole.
Can you say more? So the comparison then does what to determine how total shareholder return is calculated?
What the performance of Avangrid is as compared to the performance of that group as a whole. It was 0, just as for your information.
Understood. You're describing it as a comparison to the S&P utility group. And so is it, for the purposes of the long-term incentive plan, is it somehow computing the difference between Avangrid's performance and the peer group? To
Pretty much. It is further described in the proxy, which we filed in the revenue requirements, one of the exhibits to the revenue requirement. Jacob's gonna.
It was one of the age schedules. I'll find it.
Yeah. And then we have a late request filed to include the 2023 version of the 2022 proxy. That's what I am looking at. But it is included on page 57.
and that's of the proxy that's already in the record.
I'm looking at the proxy that is going to be a late file.
Okay.
But there is a proxy in the record.
Thank you.
Schedule H 1.2.
Regarding the ESG goals that relate to incentive compensation, I'm going to go now to the panel's testimony, and specifically figures 1 and 2.
We're here.
Can you confirm that TRIR refers to the total recordable incident rate, the metric that was developed by OSHA?
Yes.
And in figure 2, can you confirm that ETR accuracy refers to the estimated time of restoration?
Yes, it does.
And can you explain how the company measures this metric, ETR accuracy?
One moment, I need ops. This is an electric measure, not a gas measure.
So then am I to understand that the way in which this would impact an executive or an officer's compensation is purely driven by the electric companies and has nothing to do with CNG or SCG performance?
This one particular
one part, yeah.
subcomponent of the, yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
And again, these are the APA objectives. So like Mr. Langland, who's the gas ops, has a different set of objectives as well that goes into his incentive compensation. So
Was-
just to clarify, he has his own individual, but he also has the APA. Or he would, we won't get into specifics of individuals. They would have their own objectives and they'd also have the APA or the EVP plan that Mr. O'Neill was describing below.
Understood. From the panel's testimony, I understand there's various levels of individual performance, company performance, on up the chain. Are there any other components of the APA metrics shown in figures 1 and 2 of the panel's testimony that are not dependent on the gas company's performance?
So the other ones that would not apply to CNG and SCG is the approval of the language. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rows down under the metric. And then SAIDI and SAFE by OPCO. That's right below the language one.
I see, thank you. So let me ask it this way. Are there CNG employees who are participating in the APA program?
Yes, there are. The non-union CNG employees participate in the APA program.
And part of their APA compensation is determined by extension of the conversation we were just having. Part of their incentive compensation is determined by activities not taking place directly at CNG, but instead might be happening in electric companies or elsewhere in the Avangrid network.
Yeah, it is multi-layered, as you rightly say. It's Avangrid level, networks level, and then individual goals. And obviously what we're looking for is some line of sight through that and goal congruence through that whole chain. Everybody's working to the betterment of the overall organization. And then in turn, customers benefit from that because we've got this multi-layered approach.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to discuss the company's response to UPA 10. And specifically, the company's response gave a high-level discussion of the contributions of Avangrid and Iberdrola executives, what the contributions they make to the company. I don't recall seeing any specific amount of compensation attributed to Iberdrola executives in my review of the record, though I have not reviewed the entirety of the record, I'll be honest.
There's not.
There's none. Not, what about through the corporate service charge? Is there any Iberdrola executive compensation that would be funneling through to CNG?
No.
Thank you. On pages 26 and 27 of the panel's testimony, the panel describes the 36 peer companies selected for its 2022 peer group in its compensation study. And the description states that they are similarly situated to CNG and are representative of the labor market of CNG's non-union employees. And I'm wondering if you could tell me more, or more specifically, what does it mean to be similarly situated?
I didn't, never mind. I didn't know where you were, but he knows where you are.
Okay.
So we have an exhibit, CNG CBP 5,
Yes.
and what that shows you on there is who these companies are, what city they are located in, what state they're located in, what industry sector they're in. And then we then applied a geographical adjustment to make an apples versus apples comparison. So when we done this study, what we wanted to do was we wanted to compare it to utilities, but we also felt it would be meaningful to compare it to companies within the tri-state area that possibly we compete with in terms of talent. There may not always be a direct link, but that was the intent.
So if I understand your response accurately, what it would mean to be similarly situated is both a geographic consideration, it's in the tri-state area, and these companies reflect potential competition for talent.
Yeah, and in certain functions, it would be direct overlap of jobs or matching jobs, yeah. But they could. What also we had to do was this was done by Aon, but we also used the professional compensation services of Willis Towers Watson. So we had to match the two databases to get a common peer group that we could use.
So is it true then that the peer group, the 36 companies using the peer group are in both the Willis Towers Watson and the Aon?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Okay. And could you say a little more about the rationale for inclusion of some of the non-utility companies in here? I'm just trying to understand the way in which CNG might be competing for talent with Ivy League universities, with insurance companies, health systems. Could you help me connect those dots, please?
Yeah, some of it was to do with the matching of the two databases, to be fair, that we wanted commonality so we could provide a wider peer group rather than just going to utilities, because our employees do go to other companies, you know, and this is kind of mixed industry here, general industry. So our employees are leaving to go to non-utility players. So that's why we used that to pick out non-utility players as well, to demonstrate, really to demonstrate that, you know, they do go outside the utility industry, but we have very specific utility players here. And just to give a broad range of what the market might look like in the Northeast area.
Understood. And the exhibit that you referred to, I think it's exhibit 5, also references I think it's revenue and number of employees, if I interpreted those columns right. Were those used as a filter to to narrow and identify peer companies, or is that just for informational purposes that those data points are reported?
I typically, in this type of benchmarking, we would certainly use something like revenue. That's what we would typically do. I'd need to double check your point and we can do that, but yeah, typically we would use something like revenue as a data point.
But I guess my question is it a data point that would limit the peers that were included, or is it a data point just purely for reference to know the difference in scale of revenues or number of employees?
Let me confirm that.
Okay. That be a read-in then?
Mr. O'Neill, do you believe you can confirm that and read that in? Is that what you're asking for?
Yeah, I think we could do that.
Okay. So we'll make that read in B.
Okay. On to my final question, I believe for this panel, which is, in what ways are executives and officers accountable to customers?
I think there are a handful, and I'll start and then invite my colleagues, Mr. O'Neill and Ms. Van Luling, to weigh in. I think one clear and very topical example is these rate case hearings. Many of the executives in question here are appearing for you either today or as other parts of this hearing to explain their portions of the business. Another example is the APA and EVP goals that we've run through. A lot of these are health, safety related, even the ones that relate to capital access. The company needs to access capital to, fund the ongoing safe and reliable operations of the business. And I think those are direct examples of how the company's executives are accountable to customers. And our response to UPA 10 describes the internal workings of the company and how we have regular meetings, sometimes on a daily basis, sometimes on a weekly basis, sometimes less often, where executives set high-level strategies, for example, with respect to ESG initiatives that I think have similar benefits to customers. But I'll invite my colleagues, Ms. Van Luling and Mr. O'Neill, to see if they have anything to add.
I would add specifically for all of the gas operations to fulfill customer obligations to provide the necessary and reliable service.
Thank you. That's all my questions, Chairman.
Thank you. I believe we're up to Mr. Vacalina.
Good morning. I'm Jim Vacalina with Authority Staff. Please turn to ROU 538, please. Am I correct that the only redacted version of this is the first column personnel number in the latest version?
We're looking at the Excel, the attachment one.
Yes, attachment one.
1 second.
That is correct, Mr. Vocalina, that this was refiled with the personnel numbers redacted.
Okay. Thank you. In attachment one, these are employees that were designated in the revenue requirement for CNG in the last rate case, but subsequently moved to service companies, ASC, AMC, and UIL. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So for CNG, 8 employees on the list with a loaded salary of approximately $1.5 million. And that salary, loaded salary meaning, I should say, loaded cost meaning salary and benefits.
Correct.
So the total loaded salary of $1.5 million approximately, with then an allocation for 2022 of $301,000, and that's the amount that would have been charged to the service charge to CNG.
Correct.
Okay. And would you agree that's approximately 20% of the total dollars for these employees?
1 second, let me just run that math. Yeah, 20%.
The company's response, take a look at the second paragraph of page 1. The company attributes the movement of employees to a 2018 decision by the company of shifting FTEs from the operating utility to the service company. Do you see that?
We're back on.
We're in the narrative section,
Narrative.
page 1 of 1.
Our response that starts with as explained in exhibit.
Yes.
Yep, I'm there.
Okay. Where in the organizational structure was a decision made to shift these employees?
It's not necessarily a decision that's made at only one particular level, but we have guidelines for when employees are working for more than one company.
Mhm.
And if they start servicing other companies and they're allocated to one company, we will move them so that the costs are going to the right places.
Okay. And this is the same process that occurred in UI in 2208 with, I'll say, the movement of employees that was examined in that proceeding.
It is similar, yes, correct.
Is there a document that formalizes this process of when these employees are moved from operating utilities or to service companies?
A request is made to HR and that, we call it a ticket, but a request is made and that's when they are transferred in the system.
That's a case-by-case basis.
It's a case-by-case basis.
Okay. Go back to the second paragraph of the response. On 538.
I'm here.
Okay. It mentions the transfer reduced the company's FTE level by the 8 FTEs that we discussed, although it did not fully eliminate the actual cost of the employee for the company. Rather, costs will be incurred directly at the CNG level were then allocated. And that goes back to the 20% that we talked about, correct?
Correct.
That's the same reference. Okay. Now, the third paragraph of the response begins, additionally, the company notes that headcount is constantly changing as individual employees are free to leave the company at their discretion. So in reference to the constantly changing headcount, the company's reference to individual employees free to leave the company at their discretion, in this particular instance, the reduction in FTE count, was that a decision of the company or the employee?
We're unaware that they were terminated, therefore it would have been the employee's discretion. I'm sorry. These, one second.
Mhm.
Can you clarify the question?
Sure. You talk about, again, constantly changing headcount. The company's reference to individual employees are free to leave the company at their discretion.
Yep.
In this particular instance with the movement of employees from operating utilities to service companies, was that the decision of the company or the employee?
Okay, now I understand your question. The reference that we make here is as items are needed, and I believe a couple of days ago, I had mentioned like a pool of employees, and we don't necessarily have like a pool of employees, but we have employees all over the company. And so as people leave, right, retire or find another job, that role still needs to be done. And so we'll look through the company at what I term like the pools or the different individuals and figure out who can help take on some of the roles so that the mandatory work does get completed. And that's when they'll start working on certain items. So I don't know the particular situations with these folks that moved, but collectively, once an employee starts working on another entity and they're no longer serving more than 80% of their time on the entity that they're assigned to, say CNG, that's when we will move them so their time is being allocated correctly.
Does an individual employee ever specifically request to work for the service company and not the operating utility?
Yeah. I'm not aware of any, unless they're specifically applying for a different role, which may be a service company role, but it may offer different opportunities or the ability to travel but I'm unaware of any situations where someone has asked, not wanted to be a CNG and SCG employee and asked to move.
Okay. So would you agree that the movement of these employees is somewhat different than an individual looking to leave the company?
Yes, it is. And the reference there is more if we have people leaving and we have holes, then we look around the company to figure out where can we pull from. In this case, I might need somebody who is a NICEAG or an RG&E gas employee who has the skills and work to come help at CNG and SCG and do gas operations for that period of time, in which case they need to become a service company employee so that they're allocating their time correctly.
I think the point as well of this reference was that the request to look at data at two separate specific points in time.
Mm-hmm.
The environment is fluid, as we know, through some of that time was a Great Resignation. So people have transferred, people have left, people have joined. So I think that was the sentiment there, that the headcount is evolving.
Mm-hmm.
It changes depending on circumstances, both macro, external and internal.
Correct. So in the case of an employee leaving, that's factored into what the company has as a vacancy factor. Is that correct? On an individual employee level, you determine what your employee complement is fully, and then you determine how much you would have at any particular point in time based on experience.
It's factored into our revenue requirement, but the actual vacancy level obviously may fluctuates based on what's happening. But we do include a vacancy rate in our revenue requirement.
And it's really geared towards, I'll ask this, does the company have a similar factor for its redeployment of employees to service companies from operating utilities?
No.
No.
Our preference is for them to be in the operating company, but obviously we want to make sure that all of the costs are spread where they're spending their time. And so that's why there's movements.
Back to attachment 1. Well, in this instance here, for CNG, there's at least there's one employee who moved from CNG to a service company in the test year, and that's the last in the line there. Do you see that?
You're referring to row 14
I have a printout copy here, so I'll say.
or the
effective
job, if
date,
you can read the job title for me.
Looks like supervisor CRC.
Yep, okay,
okay.
yep.
Since with the rate case, the test year being 2022, how does the company reflect these movements of employees that happened during that bridge period?
And I'm just gonna reference Schedule C 3.15.
Mhm.
That shows how our rate year headcount is reflected. And as shown there, we begin with the employee complement as of the end of the historical test year, which for CNG we list as 319.
Mhm.
We then reflect an adjustment to bring that number forward to the most current full employee complement information available. When we filed the case, that was an addition of 19 positions inclusive of people hired and open positions in active recruitment. I think we've communicated, at least in our direct testimony and potentially elsewhere, that we intend to update that again for the most recent headcount information that's now available as time has passed since when we initially filed. We're trying there really to follow in the footsteps of the methodology the authority utilized in docket number 220808. And so I think the short version of the answer to your question is the revenue requirement reflects the most current headcount of the company, adjusted for the incremental positions we're requesting and the vacancy rate that was just discussed.
There is no specific line item on here for what we've been talking about, which are base or CNG employees moving to service companies and reflected in C 3.15 or any of the work papers. Is that correct?
We don't reflect a specific reduction for that because the starting point would already be reduced. In other words, if an employee transferred from CNG to a service company, that would reduce our jumping off headcount, if that makes sense. So it would be duplicative to reflect that again.
So for instance, in CNG WPC 3.15, you have the 319. The employee that we just talked about here that got moved in 2023 would be reflected in that number. Is that correct?
To the employee who moved in 2023 would be included in the 319, but then that next row labeled reflect updated full employee complement, that would be a net number. So we've hired a net 19. Had that employee not transferred, this would be 20 instead of 19, if that makes sense.
I see. The new hires there. Under the new hire column on line 5 of 19. So we're looking at the work paper to 3.15.
At page 1.
Oh, I'm actually on page, I'm sorry, 3 of 3. So, okay, we're talking about the same thing.
I could have been more clear. My apologies.
So to the extent in that situation where this particular employee was utilized elsewhere, and the need was to provide those services over multiple companies, therefore going to the service company, are you saying that the same person or same position was hired in that particular instance that therefore provided the same services that were deemed needed across multiple entities? I'm a little confused by that. And it really goes back to tracking that one particular individual, not replacing it with someone else. If the need was determined that that employee was needed to be spread across multiple operating utilities, but then you hire the same position for CNG, I'm struggling with that.
I see. Let me try to address your question. So there's 2 ways the cost of an employee could affect our proposed revenue requirement. One is through our compensation and benefits schedules, and this would be the Schedule C 3.15, page 1 would be the vehicle by which that happens. And then the other is our corporate service charge schedule, Schedule C 3.18, which reflects the allocated costs of service company activities. This particular employee transferring in 2023 would be, I'll call it removed from our proposed revenue requirement through this update process to reflect the most current headcount of the company. We have not made a pro forma adjustment to our corporate service charge schedule to reflect the increase there, but had we done that, the proposed revenue requirement we would be seeking here would be higher. So in other words, we made the decision that's conservative from customers' perspective. Does that answer your question, or were you highlighting something else?
This particular employee would have been left in the CNG employee complement. However, the service charge wouldn't be as great, I guess I'd say, because his costs are not reflected in there. Or
I don't
his or
know
her
that
costs.
you said that exactly accurately. I think this employee would be in our test year employee complement, but in making the update to reflect the most current headcount information available, they've already transferred. So
Sure, I just want to make sure I understood that. Not necessarily impacted or reflected in the CNG exhibits. However, you seem to indicate that there's an offset through the service charge, which also does not reflect this employee.
we could have added a pro forma adjustment to corporate service charges and increased our proposed revenue
Yeah,
requirement.
just trying to find so in that particular instance, the employee is 100% on the books of CNG, and then the service charge, he's going to be, as we looked at here, an average of 20%. Is that correct?
Those were the numbers correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just want to emphasize, we do not think we've double counted this employee. We think we've removed them from our compensation and benefits schedule through the headcount update I described.
Okay.
And made a conservative decision to not add them to our corporate service charge schedule. And by extension, I don't think there's any double counting or duplication there.
Okay. At this point, have FTEs gone from the service company? I think I asked this in a slightly different manner. Has it gone the other way? Have FTEs gone from service companies to operating utilities?
They have, is there a certain time period that you're asking?
Yeah,
in
can I,
particular?
same period that we had here, which I think since the last rate case, so the 27, let me take a look here. Oh, like, yes, from 2017.
2017, you'd like to know how many employees were transferred from the service companies to CNG?
Correct. Yes, and if we could put that in the same manner that is listed in attachment 1, same information.
Okay, so that sounds like it's a late file.
Yes.
Okay, and it's attachment 1 of which?
RRU 595.
Is that 538?
You're correct. 538.
We'll do that.
Okay.
That's leaf file exhibit
you.
123.
Similar, well,
I'm sorry, Mr. Buckley, I thought you said since the last rate case, and then you said since 2017.
I believe in the last rate case, okay, that was 2018, unlike the year prior to that, so 2017 to current. Another late file exhibit I would request is an annualized movement of FTEs to service companies since the last rate case, the cost per employee fully loaded, which we discussed.
So said another way, RRU 538 attachment 1, just done each year
Yeah.
since
Yes.
the last rate case.
Since the last rate case or since
2017.
2017?
2017.
And this could be in the same late file or a separate one, but a rationale for determining that this movement of FTEs will not continue to occur between now and the next rate case. Or If so, how that should be accounted for. That's a very long late file title.
Oh, okay, I had split them into two. But I can,
I think we could easily put it into the same late file, so it's all in one place.
okay, very good. So I'll just amend 123 to provide the information in the same format regarding the customers that transition from the service company to CNG from 2017 to date, and to also provide the information shown on an annual basis, plus the discussion of the movement of the employees. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, can we review the late file exhibits again? I'm gonna ask for the same ones. Were all those requests rolled into one late file exhibit or?
Yes, I have it
Okay.
all under 123.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure for record keeping. Okay, I'll be asking the same exhibits for
SCG. later.
SCG, so do we just want to?
I'll do it at the start of that panel.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Okay. Is that it for authority staff? Thank you. The Office of Consumer Counsel, please.
Morning, Tom Wheel from the Office of Consumer Counsel. I'm gonna attempt to do this while I'm setting up. It's not gonna work, but I'm gonna try. It's a follow-up question from the conversation Mr. Vocalina was just having. I tracked all that, and I appreciated Mr. Hurwitz. It was helpful. I understand that the point about the hypothetical employee or the actual employee that was referenced not being double counted. I got a little stuck on one thing I just wanted to confirm. Ms. Van Luling, I think you were as an illustrative hypothetical talking about there could be a situation where a CNG employee left, meaning there'd be a necessity for that kind of gap to be filled, and that maybe a NICEAG employee might be able to fill that gap. And I think you were talking about how that employee would need to be moved to the service company level in order to help CNG as well as presumably NICEAG in order to make sure the time's allocated correctly. Do you recall that?
Yep.
So in that scenario, that service company employee would be performing the same work function as was previously performed by a CNG operating company employee?
Well, obviously not 100% of it, but presumably they would be performing the mandatory portions of it. And so we may also need in that situation an RG&E gas employee or an M&G gas employee to fill it 100%, but just to maintain or determine what that minimum amount that needs to be done is in that time period.
Okay, understood. And I did understand that, but what I got a little confused by was Mr. Hurwitz, your mention that that doing a an offsetting increase to the service charge to account for the decrease to the revenue requirement for CNG would be more. Could you explain why it would cost more for?
Can I take a
Sure.
stab? And Mr. Hurwitz will correct me if I go wrong.
Sure.
I think what Mr. Hurwitz was trying to say is we took the CNG employee in this situation out of the revenue requirement,
Yes.
but we did not include the service company component increase in the revenue requirement.
Yes, I did understand that.
Okay.
But what I was surprised to hear was that had the service company, the service charge been adjusted to reflect the addition of that work to be allocated through the service charge, that would have been costlier than the revenue requirement impact of leaving that employee at the operating level?
No.
Attorney Will, that's not what I was trying to say. I was trying to say our proposed revenue requirement would have been higher, not higher relative to the cost of a CNG employee relative to what we proposed.
Understood. So I understood. So you're not suggesting that it would necessarily be higher than it would be had the employee not been removed from the operating company?
Yeah, I was intending to reference our proposed revenue requirement, not necessarily.
Okay. Now I understand. Thank you. I had a follow-up question from when I spoke to the gas operations panel. I think I was referred back to this panel. Another scenario where I wrote this question too long ago. Just a second. I'll skip that one and come back to it, I think. My first question is about OCC 147 attachment 1.
OCC, sorry, the numbers.
147
147.
attachment 1.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's going to be page 2 of 9 of that attachment.
Yeah, I'm there.
Thank you. I'm looking at section E here, which discusses the performance objective achievement, the 5 categories ranging from exceptional at 100% to unsatisfactory at 0%. Could you just explain how that kind of grading is done, or how someone achieves any one of those particular achievement categories?
Yeah, that's done by setting a set of goals at the start of a year, and then those goals and metrics are then measured. If someone delivers the goals, they are likely to be fully competent. If someone really goes beyond those goals and delivers exceptional work, probably behaviorally and technically, and over delivers, then they will be exceptional. It's a distribution curve. It's going to be the majority of employees will be fully competent.
Thanks. Understood. Would it be possible, and sorry, the percentage numbers here, are those connected to the percentage of the related compensation that would be awarded?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So would it be possible, for instance, to be awarded 60% of the compensation, or are they locked to these levels?
Well, you could actually be awarded 60% when you take into account the Avangrid level, the networks level, and these individuals. It could come out at that, depending on the percentages for each of those components.
Okay, understood. But as to an individual, I guess, is it possible to kind of receive compensation for being somewhere between, for example, fully competent and superior?
No.
Okay, thank you. If an employee doesn't receive any incentive compensation, would their total compensation be under market?
There would definitely be a risk of that, because if you look at the exhibit on incentive comp, I think it's 10. We are actually under market anyway. So if someone doesn't deliver, then they would typically be under market.
Okay. And that description of under market on that exhibit, is that referencing total compensation or incentive compensation?
That is specifically looking at incentive compensation.
Okay. So if someone didn't receive any incentive compensation, would their base pay, would their total compensation inclusive of the lack of incentive compensation be under market as compared to total compensation?
That's possible, but it would need to be looked at on an individual by individual basis, because let's take an example where someone has 30 years of service and maybe is on the upper range of what we call the compa ratio. It may be above market, but it would be individual. It'd be individual by individual.
Okay, thank you. For budgeting purposes, does the company assume or use any of the these factors in section E? In other words, for budgeting payroll, is there an assumption used for fully competent, for instance?
Yeah, what we typically do is for budgets and forecasts, we would actually look at this detail maybe based on history and based on how we see the year going. So we actually do this at that kind of granular level by employee. I've seen us doing that.
Okay, so you take an individual employee and look at their performance history and use that as a baseline to assume what the budget might be for that employee?
Pretty much. So again, we might even look at that distribution curve and say, look, 70% of these folks are going to end up in fully competent, and work out the budget based on that.
Okay, thank you. I had a couple of questions about the surrebuttal testimony starting on page 14.
I'm sorry, Attorney Will, you said surrebuttal testimony?
Sorry, rebuttal testimony. We file surrebuttal testimony, so that's the word that always comes out of my mouth. The rebuttal testimony on page 14.
We're there.
Thank you. Let me just make sure I get the. I'm looking at lines 2 through 3, which says there are direct benefits to customers of the caregiver program as the context, which are directly quantifiable. Can you explain how that quantification is performed?
Sure, I can take that one. So we measure absenteeism based on the employee salary, and there's some factors that the Bureau of Labor Statistics allows you to use to figure out what that calculation would be. Based on our calculations, the cost that we're saving by getting people back to work outweighs the cost of the actual program.
Thank you. And I saw that, I think, on line 7 through 8, where it says, since being implemented in January 2021, savings from the program have outweighed the cost of the services. Has that calculation been added to the record anywhere?
I don't recall doing so. It's been asked, I think, for UI, but not here. I don't think.
Okay. Could I ask for that as a late file? And it would specifically be the calculation referenced on line 7 of the comp.
Sorry, I believe the numbers are stated at 9 through 12 on page 14.
Thank you. Yeah, I saw the result. I was just curious if the data getting to the results has been filed.
Yeah, John, there's an actual formula to get there.
Okay, so has that formula been filed?
No, that's what we're going to get you as part of this. Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so late file 124 is to provide the underlying calculation for the numbers referenced on line 7 of page
14
of the rebuttal.
Yes.
Yeah. That's late file 124.
Thank you. And I saw on lines 11 through 12 that it said there's an estimated total of 54 saved workdays, which translates to $31,000 in savings. Is that results derived using the same equation that you're going to file?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware of a caregiver benefit program with similar benefit structures being allowed for utilities in other jurisdictions?
It's an up and coming benefit. It's not something that's all over the place necessarily, but it's actually something that we like that it's not all over the place because it helps us differentiate ourselves in a very tough market to get talent. But it is something that's on the rise in general.
Okay, but for utility companies, are you aware of any utility companies where a regulatory commission has authorized this at expense for caregiver benefits that include these kinds of benefits?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to move on to the direct testimony at page 5. And there's been some testimony about this already, so I'm going to try to, usually I have a problem with Mr. Vacalita. And today I also had a problem with Mr. Vacalita asking my questions, but also Mr. Kramer covered a lot of my questions. So, so the testimony discusses how there are, and Mr. Hurwitz, I think you were talking about some of this, discussed how there are 319 FTEs at the end of the test year, and then were there 10 new hires in the interim period?
Correct, I see that here.
Okay. So that brought the total to 329, and then there were also 9 open positions, and that's how we get to the, as of the filing of the testimony, the total of 338. Is that accurate?
Yeah, 319 plus 10 plus 9 is the 338.
Okay, thank you. And the current rates, as we've discussed several times with other panels, the rates that are in effect now are the rate plan that was designed for rate year 2021 in docket 180516. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in that settlement agreement, did that allow a total of 6 incremental FTEs? It is, I've failed to reference this several other times when I've discussed the settlement agreement, but it is in the record at OCC 345 attachment 1.
One moment. Is there a particular page with the 6 reference you just?
Yep, it's page 5. I think it's section 1.4.3.
I do see that, yes.
Thank you. And on page 6 of the initial testimony here, sorry to bounce you back. On table 1, it looks like the total headcount authorized in rates as of right now is 318.
My apologies. Could you please restate your question?
I'm just, let me go to the page. I have this bad habit of asking questions about things I'm not looking at.
I do see the table you're referencing. You may have.
Okay, my question was just whether the number in that table for 318, does that represent the current headcount authorized in rates as, I guess the reference to the current headcount, is that the headcount that was authorized in that 2021 rate year?
I'm gonna clarify a couple of things. The answer to your question is no, but the last rate plan didn't authorize a headcount, rather it established a revenue requirement that reflected some level of headcount. That level is not the 318 shown here. Rather, this 318 shown here is the company's actual headcount as of the end of rate year 3 of the company's previous rate plan.
Okay, thank you. Do you know what the number, we just talked about that the last rate plan allowed for 6 incremental FTEs. Do you know what that was incremental to?
I know the total headcount. I guess we could do some math to infer the answer to your question, but I do know the total headcount reflected in the revenue requirement approved in that proceeding.
Okay, could you read that answer? That number?
For CNG, that would be approximately 330 FTEs.
Okay. So the math that you referenced, would that just be to take that 330 and subtract 6 on to determine the number that the 6 was incremental to?
It would be, if the number 6 were larger, I'd want to think through the interaction with the vacancy rate, but given that it's just 6 and the vacancy rate in the last case was just a hair over 3%, I don't know that that will be material, but.
Okay. Thank you. Moving to page 5 of the initial testimony, which I think I had already sent you to and then pulled you away from.
I'm back.
And I'm not, so just a second. I brought a mouse today. I forgot to turn it on. Hoping that'll speed me up a little. Okay, there are these 3 bullet points on page 5, starting on line 11, preceded by the sentence on line 10 that says the increase in projected staffing needs is attributable to the following factors. And I see that those factors, well, the first bullet point there discusses retirement attrition. I was just curious if the preceding sentence, when it says the increase in projected staffing needs, is that different from the increase in requested incremental FTEs? Is that a different concept?
Sorry, could you just repeat the question, please?
Sure, I'll ask it maybe a different way. The reason I was confused by this section is, would you agree that when an employee retires, that the authorized FTE doesn't go away?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. And similarly, when an employee leaves, when there's an open position for either of those reasons, there's no adjustment to the total FTE count for rate making purposes.
I would say that's correct. There should not be an adjustment unless there was a decision that job wasn't required and be used for something else, but typically, yes.
Okay. So yeah, the question I was asking ultimately was that these 3 bullets, well, the first 2 bullets, I'll get to the third one, aren't being offered as explanations supporting the incremental FTE request. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say that's correct. Although I would say that it talks about customer and customer service, customer expectation. I believe that the customer service panel will address specific points around that.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I asked about that third one, is that I wasn't sure. That one seemed less clear to me whether that was in support of an incremental need versus the first 2, which seem to be discussing just the issue of churn. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I would say that's accurate. This is describing what might be the marketplace we've faced.
Okay. Thank you. And page 7 of the testimony, discusses the factors accounting for the company's actual headcount. And getting to some of what Mr. Vocalino was asking about, it talks about one of those factors is a transfer of employees from CNG to UIL.
Correct.
I believe it wasn't just UIL, but transfers of employees, yeah.
Okay, transfers of employees to service companies
Yes.
from CNG. So those transfers, I think, as Mr. Vocalino was getting at before, those occurred after the current in effect rate year of 2021.
Some of them did, some of them didn't. It was through, I believe, 19 through to 23.
Okay. And is there I believe Mr. Vocalino was referencing an exhibit during his cross-examination. Does that exhibit include the the dates of the effective transfers that he was asking about?
It does. That was RRU 538 CNG attachment 1.
Thank you.
And it's Excel column E that includes the effective date of the transfer.
Thank you.
Transfers, plural, excuse me.
Thank you. I gotta remember to use this mouse. Okay. Page 7 also talks about, again, about retirements, but I take it to, I think I'm seeing a kind of a separate or additional issue there, because it seems to be talking about the retirements in the context of training new employees. Is that correct?
I think it's looking at the quite dramatic impact it had actually in those years on our workforce, particularly around interest rates and the number of leavers because of the impact of interest rates. So a lot of folks did retire, so then the retirement levels were a little bit there was anomalies in the normal run rate of retirements.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Hurwitz, you referenced a minute ago that there may have been a vacancy factor in the last rate plan.
I did.
Do you recall what that vacancy factor was?
1 second. For CNG, I have 3.14% for the last rate plan's vacancy rate.
Thank you. And I think my last question, I was actually getting to my next question, which is actually a reference to page 10, which is about succession planning. So that's what I was referencing before. The company sees an issue, it seems, where there's a significant retiring workforce and there's a need to train new employees to take on those roles. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Thank you. So it sounds like that there's what the company's describing is a need for new employees to be hired before experienced employees retire, so that the experienced employees can train the new employees. Is that correct?
Correct. Knowledge transfer is, crucial to our safety and reliability as, the aging workforce is retiring and they have the skills needed to train new employees that are coming in.
Okay. So for a period of time while the experienced employee is still employed and the new employee is employed, both of those employees obviously are being compensated, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But then when the experienced employee retires, the idea is that the new employee fulfills the job duties that were handled exclusively by the experienced employee prior?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there a proposal to adjust the rates for that when that kind of overlap ends to reduce the amount that ratepayers are paying for both of those employees simultaneously?
Could I add to this? Because for me, that's like the textbook way to do this. These are highly critical roles dealing with operations, safety, reliability. So although there may be an overlap, I believe the efficiency of that overlap would outweigh the cost of maybe a couple of months, because it's rather than going through months and months and months and months of training, you're getting the knowledge of folks who have worked in the company for potentially 30 years, who know all the pitfalls of operational issues, what certain pipelines, how they work, certain gas leak areas, certain customers, certain communities. So I can't answer your direct question, but I would really believe that the right thing to do is have that continuity.
Thanks. And I appreciate that. And to be clear, I don't disagree. It was sort of more of a rate making question, which is that, to your point, there's an increase in expense for the overlap period, which wasn't what I was asking about. What I was asking about is that from the company's perspective, there's a decrease in expense after the experienced employee leaves. But from the ratepayer perspective, unless there's a rate adjustment, there's no decrease in the amount paid via rates. So that's what I was asking is if there's a proposal to reconcile that.
No, because succession planning isn't something you do once and then it goes away. Succession planning is something you do all the time. CNG and SCG are companies with more than 300 employees each. It's not like we succession plan for one employee and then the job is done. We will continuously have to succession plan to maintain the safe and reliable provision of the utility service our customers expect. And so to remove costs that we must incur in the operation of the business, we don't think is appropriate.
Okay. How do you reconcile that with the perspective in this testimony, though, that there's an exceptional degree of retiring of employees nearing retirement now?
I think the succession planning obviously is to, get those employees up to skill so that we can have that key and critical role filled quickly to reduce, recruiting cost. Having the succession plan is going to give us what we need for those roles quickly and reduce the recruiting costs and reduce the time.
Thank you. Understood. And again, I don't disagree. I'm not trying to suggest that the company shouldn't be hiring new employees to be trained by experienced employees. Again, it's sort of more of a rate-making question. And to be clear, I think if the company's perspective is that at this moment, there's an higher than historical number of employees who are nearing retirement age, just in response to Mr. Hurwitz's statement, it seems that the kind of constant churn of succession planning by pure logic would be at an exceptional place now as compared to a kind of continuum. Is that correct?
One moment. Attorney Wheel, I think I understand your perspective and hopefully this helps. CNG and SCG's vacancy rate today is much lower than the historical average. This direct testimony of the Comp and Benefits panel that we've been reviewing and discussing is attempting to explain the spike in attrition that we saw, particularly at the end of the historical test year. And admittedly, this was more dramatic for SCG than it was for CNG. But if you compare the test year ending employee headcount for CNG to their headcount today, you'll see that the headcount today is noticeably higher. And so I think this testimony is describing a blip in the end of the historical test year that we are largely past. CNG's headcount today is 326, SCG's is 327, and for SCG, that's, if I do the math quickly, I want to say 48 people more than we saw at the end of the historical test year. So I do see your perspective, but I think by using the most current headcount of each company in our proposed revenue requirement, we're sort of obviating that potential double counting that you're identifying.
Thank you. And I was going to
yeah, I think Mr. Hurwitz is correct. The reason we mentioned this in this testimony was we were actually in a perfect storm. We had economic factors that were driving our employees to leave. As in many companies, it has to be said, it wasn't just the preserve of a utility company. And it caused, combined with what observers have called the Great Resignation, we wanted to highlight the flux that was in our employee base at that point. But as Mr. Hurwitz says, that has, to all intents and purposes, leveled out. And I think we're in a different spot now.
Thank you. And one of my questions I had written down here, which I now don't need to ask, I think, but just for clarification, is whether the kind of overlap that we described before that's happened historically, whether that's rectified if the company has a downward adjustment in FTEs to account for the fact that people have retired and new employees have come on. But I think, Mr. Hurwitz, correct me if I'm wrong, you've already answered that in your responses to Mr. Vacalina where you clarified that the actual headcount at a given point in time does account for employees who are no longer with the company, correct?
I'd agree. Our actual headcount would exclude employees who've left the company. And I think what myself and Mr. O'Neill just described is the answer to your, like, have we added any extra adjustment to the revenue requirement? I would say no, because we think the adjustments we've already made account for the phenomena you're describing or alluding to.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to some questions about the Aon study that was also already frustratingly addressed by the Pura staff. I saw on, well, the summary of that study are reflected on CBP 5, is that correct?
CBP 5 through 10, basically, yeah.
Okay. And I'm looking at CBP 5, which I think Mr. Kramer was already asking about. And so this exhibit shows the peer groups that you were speaking about earlier. Is that correct, Mr.
It
O'Neill?
does.
Okay. And it looks like there are 18 non-utility companies and 18 utilities, as you discussed earlier.
That's correct.
Okay. I noticed among the utility peer companies, which are the bottom half of this exhibit, there's a column there called primary industry sector. And I noticed that only 2 of them are labeled gas utilities. Is that correct?
On this, yes, that's correct.
Okay. I also noticed that there's a kind of category used on this sheet for multi-utilities. Do you know what that means?
I believe that to mean that they have gas and electric, both.
Okay. Are there any, so we're only looking at gas and electric or a combination of gas or electric for this peer group?
Yes.
So no water companies, for instance?
No.
Okay.
Not to my understanding, there are no water companies.
Okay. Thank you. I noticed that Eversource is listed on this list. There aren't numbers on here, but it's kind of halfway down the list. Do you see that there? Eversource Energy?
Yeah, I see Eversource. They're obviously a neighbor of ours, both in Connecticut and Massachusetts.
Yeah. Yes, we're familiar with Eversource at OCC. I noticed that they're listed as an electric utility, but anecdotally, everyone in this room knows that they also operate a gas company. Is that correct?
Their electric utility is a separate registrant that files all of their information publicly. So they have the consolidated that you're thinking of that includes the water company, but you can also find all of the information for Eversource itself.
Okay. So
Unlike Avangrid that we're only Avangrid. So if you wanted to look at CNG, we don't publicly file all the proxy information and the CNG information.
okay. So this is a function of like their I've noticed before that I think off the top of my head, there's like an Eversource Energy and then an Eversource Energy Incorporated or Eversource. Is it a function of the kind of naming of the corporate structure?
I wouldn't say naming, but that if you think of, let me just use Avangrid because I don't know Eversource definitively, but if you think of Avangrid Inc. and underneath Avangrid Inc. is CNG and SCG, in our situation, only Avangrid Inc. is a public registrant. In their situation, Avangrid Inc. and CNG are a public registrant. So all of the information that's required for a public registrant, such as the proxy 14A, has to be filed at both of those levels versus us, we only file at the Avangrid Inc. level.
Okay, thank you. I also had some questions about the primary U.S. headquarter location section and the sort of relevance of that, meaning, is this the location data that's used to evaluate, to compare, for the sake of compensation, the location of CNG?
Yeah, it was really to get Northeast general industry players. Yes.
Okay, so is it
specific to this area?
okay? But here in the utility list, this isn't just the Northeast, right? I see Missouri and Ohio and Texas.
Yeah, that's correct. But if we just listed, say, Eversource, that's not representative of the utility sector. And you might find that from a talent perspective, folks would leave to go further afield. I mean, I can think of an actual example in gas where a senior person left to go to, I can't remember, it was down in Ohio or Pennsylvania or something.
Sure. My question was sort of how granular the location data is. Is it, as you just mentioned, that this kind of top section for the non-utilities is just Northeast generally. The location data for the utilities themselves is the kind of comparison point something broader than the actual city and state? For instance, like the first one here, American Corporation, it says St. Louis, Missouri. With that, is the location data there relevant specifically to St. Louis, Missouri, or to the general part of the country?
I would have said it's, in terms of compensation data, it's specific to that company who happen to have their primary headquarters in St. Louis, Missouri.
Okay. So for the utility companies, is the location not relevant, or is it relevant in a different way than the Northeast non-utility companies?
Yeah, I'd say it's probably not as relevant because we need to give a representative sample here. We need to just include the utility sector. It's no different from the proxy statement where we would look at, I would say, professional comp analysts would tell you can't have any less than 14 to make it a representative sample. So we've tried to give a credible comparator. We've tried to use that base methodology, and the utility companies would be from all over the US.
Okay, thank you. And the reason I'm asking is, again, just based on anecdotal knowledge of Eversource, recognizing the source that the S&P 500 system source does show that their headquarters is in Springfield, Massachusetts, that we know anecdotally that their employees aren't specific to that kind of municipal area. So I was just curious if that, if the variation, I actually used to be a public defender in Springfield, Massachusetts, so I'm very familiar with the socioeconomic demographics of Springfield, and also familiar that not all Eversource employees work in that same sort of area. So did that impact this study at all, those factors?
I think that's a fair point, and they will have looked at, Willis Towers Watson will have had all that data, so it would be a cross-section of these companies. It would be where they actually work. They would have collected that data. This is the primary headquarters.
Okay, so the data about where employees within these utility companies, actually like the service areas where the employees are actually working, is a factor in the study?
I would say yes.
Okay, thank you. Back to page 14 of the initial testimony, there's a discussion there about how variable pay represents 5.7% of total cash compensation. And that's reflected in Exhibit CPB9, is that correct?
Yeah, CBP 9 highlights the different components of compensation, base salary, total cash, including the variable, new hire benefits, etc.
Okay. And page 14 of the direct testimony also says that the comparatively lower variable pay component is offset by the benefits. And can I see that on CPB 6?
Yeah, you can see on CBP 6 the new hire benefits relative to the peer group, but on CBP 9 that you just referred, you can actually see on line, in terms of the total cash compensation, which has the variable part built in, you can see that we are less than the 50th percentile or median, but you can also see that the benefit value is higher. So there is basically an offset for base pay, variable pay with the benefit. Then overall, we're within like 5%. So the compensation experts would tell you to be within, although we're lower, it's still market competitive.
Thank you. And looking at CPB 6, the right-hand column that says CNG non-union employee benefits versus blended peer group, those numbers, would 100 represent exactly in line with the blended peer group?
That is correct.
Okay. So for instance, looking at the all retiree benefits line, the number there is 143.3. Does that mean it's 43% higher than the peer group?
Yeah, let me clarify why the benefits piece is a little bit higher. Over 50% of the companies in that peer group still have an actively accruing pension plan where we don't. So we have a higher match that we give to new hires, which is kind of skewing some of the study analysis, but net, our costs are, probably lower because of the de-risking we did. But it's not reflective in that study because it's focusing on new hire benefits and we don't have any pension accruing anymore.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding reading these numbers. So like a number, if there were a 90 on this page, that would mean it would be 10% lower than the peer group?
That's correct. You want to be 90 to 110, about 10% on either side would be considered quote unquote reasonable.
Okay, thank you. And I did see that, I think in a testimony that's the baseline for what's considered competitive is 90 to 110.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. On page 15 of the testimony, there's a discussion about business level objectives and individual objectives. Are the business level objectives referenced there the same ones identified on the chart on page 17?
Yes, they will be, yeah. So it's networks business and Avangrid business.
Okay. Thank you. And forgive me if this is an area that Mr. Kramer directly was asking about, but I just want to make sure I understand. So I'm looking at figure 1 on page 17, and I see a metric for EBITDA, new offshore wind megawatts, or MWS 2022. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I take that to mean earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization for new offshore wind projects.
No, new onshore wind project. I think you said offshore, sorry, it's onshore.
Okay,
But you're correct. That's what that stands for.
thank you. I do see onshore. So Mr. Kramer already asked, but just to confirm, I'm not sure if he was asking, couldn't hear exactly if he was asking about this specific line, but this goal wouldn't be contributed to by CNG directly, CNG operations directly, is that correct?
Yeah, when Ms. Van Looling was referring to what should be taken off, she was referring to the networks objectives, but if you go to the Avangrid objectives, I would agree there would be no correlation between a CNG or SCG member of staff and something to do with the renewables business of which this has to do.
Okay, and that would also apply where it says on the same chart to offshore milestones?
That's correct.
Okay. And those, the kind of subset below what's labeled the offshore milestones there, they're kind of 25% or 25% labeled lines starting with W. Can't tell if that's VW. Thank you.
Vineyard Wind. Vineyard Wind.
Vineyard Wind.
Yes.
Thank you. So is each of those a different offshore wind project?
Some of them relate to, one of them's our Kitty Hawk project in the Carolinas. The top one is Vineyard Wind 1 off the coast of Massachusetts, or Martha's Vineyard. Then there was something around a project to do with a partnership that we had on offshore wind, and Park City Wind, I believe, is Connecticut based.
Yep. Okay, thank you. I also saw, I think Mr. Kramer might have asked about this, but just to confirm, there are SAIDI metrics here. Those are electric reliability metrics. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's also operational penalties there, which would apply across both.
And the quality customer actions would apply.
Okay,
The quality customer actions would apply to CNG and SCG.
okay, so those are, you're referencing the second two of the four listed kind of sub factors below this safety, SAIDI penalties customer line?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And our drive is for employees to share in the overall success of the company, both at a networks level and at an Avangrid level. And noting that a number of employees are from service companies.
Thank you. And I see on the line just below the first of the four lines I just referenced that says SAFE. On the column all the way to the right, it says NICEG off target. So does that mean that NICEGs, the New York operating companies, SAIDI and SAFE scores are being are feeding into the success of this metric?
Yeah, and this is a roll-up of all electric utility companies under the Avangrid family.
Okay, thank you. And on figure 2 on the next page, I see a reference there to I think Mr. Kramer might have asked about this specifically, but again, and actually, if he did, you can respond just whether your answer would be any different. But there's a reference there to approval of language of storm costs in New York. That's all. Would you respond any differently if I asked you if those costs are related to CNG operations?
I would not respond any differently.
Okay, thank you. And then I see there's another reference here to SAIDI and SAFE by OPCO. And again, would that also not be directly fed into by CNG operations?
Yeah, I think Ms. Van Lulen confirmed that to Mr. Kramer, I believe.
Thank you. So the compensation, the incentive compensation that's paid to employees that meet these metrics, is any of that compensation funded by CNG ratepayers?
A portion of it. So when we were reviewing, I believe it's UPA 001, that is the total amount. That includes all of the different components of compensation, including the incentive plan. These are the drivers of the one portion of that incentive plan.
Thank you. So is there any kind of, I don't think I saw anything in like the cost allocation manual, but is there any kind of allocation of the compensation itself? Like if for instance, there's no adjustment to the compensation paid, for instance, to a CNG non-unit employee, there's no kind of removal of the portion of that that's attributable to SAIDI and SAFE metrics, for instance, via an allocation mechanism?
1 second. No, the CNG non-union employees incentive compensation will be comprised of these ones that we just went through, plus their own individual goals. That total incentive compensation would be allocated to CNG. We would
Understood.
not remove any theoretical portions that are attributable to other operating companies.
Understood. Thank you. Page 23 of the initial testimony talks about examples of individual performance goals, I think you're just referencing Ms. Van Luling, and takes us to, I think, exhibits CBP 3.
I'm sorry, I'm on page 23. Which line are you on for the reference to CBP 3?
Just a second. I probably have the wrong page number. Just a moment.
Maybe page 24.
That's likely.
Okay.
I apologize. I had the rebuttal testimony open, so you're further ahead than I am. And again, I'm not using the mouse. This is the problem. Okay. My question's going to be about CPP 3.
We'll turn through it well.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we have that in front of us.
Thank you. So I saw I think the first page of this exhibit back up, right? Is this exhibit sort of, I noticed that they all, the first page says gas engineering, the second says gas supply, the third says gas operations. Are these offered just as sort of examples? These
Yeah,
are just-
yes, they are. They're typical examples of what would be done at an operational level for members of the non-union APA. And they're very, very specific to customers, safety, reliability, training, etc.
Thank you. I noticed on page 2 of this exhibit, in the section labeled, I noticed the section labeled regulatory outcomes. And it says there that will be assessed against desired outcomes. Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, typically that desired outcomes would mean versus something like a budget or a target.
Okay. I noticed in the parenthetical there, the list includes rate cases. Would that include this rate case?
It says on it does mention Berkshire Gas, CNG and SCG. So in other words, the folks that are involved in that are working to deliver their parts of the rate case requirement on time.
Okay. So the desired outcome for the sake of this rate case would be tied to like deadlines for.
Sorry, could you say what section you're looking at? I'm looking at integrated resource plan. Sorry, please.
Sure, I'm on page 2 in a section called regulatory outcomes. And I'm
So again, this is just one example, but what you will see is when we say in instances desired outcomes, meaning they contribute towards the rate cases, they need to provide testimony, they need to respond to all the interrogatory requests, they need to be on time. And so that desired outcome may be the timeline, making sure they're in compliance with the timeline as set forth and delivering the deliverables that they need to have.
okay.
And this specifically does mention resource planning around these rate case filings.
Thank you. And Mr. O'Neill, you mentioned before that I think you mentioned that it would be also against a budget target.
Potentially against a budget or a target that's been set. Yeah.
Okay. So in this rate case, would the desired outcome include the target of the requested revenue requirement?
No, I would say on this one, it specifically says the resource planning, so that obviously this individual has been asked to contribute to what is required in terms of running the operation safely and reliably to input their input so that we can put forward the right information.
Okay. Are there any employees who, as a component of their individual incentive compensation, have a desired outcome tied to the requested revenue requirement in this case?
Not
No,
to my
not to
knowledge.
my.
Thank you.
Delivery on time, possibly, but nothing economic to my knowledge.
Definitely delivery on time, like I talked about with compliance on the timelines, but.
Okay.
And just to clarify, this rate case wouldn't be effective until November 1st, 2024. So there's really only 2 months in the 2024 time period from a budget perspective that it would impact.
Okay, thank you. So my next question was going to be that this, I see on the kind of green line towards the top of this, the lighter green line towards the top of this page, that this example would be a lead analyst for gas supply. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so the role that that employee would play in the reference regulatory outcomes would be meeting deadlines. So for instance, if the company received an interrogatory request that analyst needed to give information to be responsive to, would the deadline for that be an example of?
That could be an example, but on here, this specifically says resource planning.
Okay. Thank you. I do see the metric of filing 3 integrated resource plans in the second bullet there, but the questions I've been asking was about the reference to in the first bullet, which is
Oh, yeah. That could be, target could be timely delivery of the and required information.
okay. Thank you. The very next section down on the same page where it says gas customer affordability service, I saw the very first line there. It says achieve non-firm margins, same categories as past years to measure which promote gas expansion and reduce customer costs. Do you see that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. And it looks like there's a reference in that line to targeting 25 million for CNG and SCG in aggregate.
I can see that reference.
Okay. Is that still, I mean, given the adjustment to the gas expansion plan that's been referenced by other panels in this proceeding, is this target, this a component of incentive compensation still in effect?
This is a test year example,
Okay. So,
not necessarily indicative of what these goals would be for 2024.
I think it's worth clarifying at that level and at a lead analyst, they'll be part of maybe a bigger drive in terms of a target like that. You know, that'll be they're part of a drive to improve customer experience. So they've maybe used a higher level target just because that's what their group are looking at, or the SCG business, etc.
thank you. And Ms. Van Luling, you said this is a test year example. So this was in effect for the calendar year 2022. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe the examples we gave were in the test year.
Okay. Chairman, I have quite a bit more and I see it's just about 12:30.
Okay, very good. Let's take our lunch break. We can reconvene at 1:15. All right, anything before we begin?
Yes, Chair Gillette, just a couple things. I think we have a couple of the read-ins, but I also wanted to report back on the company's depreciation witness, Mr. Alice. We're actually able to, we've worked it out where he is able to do his Massachusetts testimony on the 7th in the morning. And so he's available here potentially starting at 1 o'clock on Tuesday, the 7th, if that would potentially work for the authority. The other, and when we add up the cross-examination estimates, we're going to substantially reduce our estimates. We have 2 hours reserved for him in both sessions. We think we can reduce that to about 15 minutes in both sessions.
I'm sorry, you have time reserved for your witness?
I'm sorry, for Mr. Dunkel, for cross-examination for
okay.
Mr. Dunkel. So I was thinking about the topic, overall. So,
Yeah.
so that's just an option I wanted to put out there. So, because I think that could line up with how everything is progressing, based on, progress through today.
I see, I mean, to see whether we would wrap up then on Wednesday. Okay, very good. Let me, unless you need an answer right now.
No,
I would-
no, he'll be here either way. He'll be ready to go either way. But I think for planning, the OCC may need to know, when its witness, Mr. Dunkel should be here.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I was actually adding up cross estimates myself and thinking that we can't start rate design before Monday. And then I know we have depreciation, and I was actually thinking that we might take Monday and Tuesday off and reconvene Wednesday to do rate design depreciation,
Oh.
which might only take us Wednesday and Thursday or something next week, because we clearly don't need.
We don't
all
need the whole week,
days.
right?
Yeah.
Right.
So, I was trying to work around the assumption of starting Wednesday with depreciation. So
Okay.
maybe we can take Monday off and start Tuesday. Let me just think about that overnight and see where we are tomorrow. But I appreciate the update.
Okay. Thank you. We do have Ms. Thurberge as part of our depreciation panel, and I think you saw she's got some mobility issues. If there were any opportunity for her to participate remotely, otherwise we recognize the authority may allow, us to provide her information through late filed exhibits, but just wanted to put that out there if that's a possibility. So otherwise, we do have some of the read-ins available.
Okay, let's do the read-ins, please.
Thank you. Mr. Hurwitz, were you able to locate read-in T?
I was. Read-in T requested where the cost of certain safety initiatives were reflected in our proposed revenue requirement. There are both allocated and direct costs associated with those initiatives. Costs allocated to CNG are reflected on Schedule C 3.18, our corporate service charge schedule. Costs incurred at the CNG level are primarily reflected on Schedule C 3.06, our professional services schedule.
You?
Thank you, Mr. Hurwitz. And Mr. O'Neill, over the lunch break, were you able to confirm read-in V?
Yes, I was. Read-in V is in regard to the peer group that Mr. Wheel asked about in the Aon study and the use of the revenue in the analysis. So we confirmed that the revenue wasn't used in the analysis, but was used to select the general industry peers that were a good comparator in terms of size.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. That leaves us with read-in U, which we are still working to track down.
Okay, thank you. If there's nothing further, we can resume the Office of Consumer Counsel's cross, please.
Thank you. I will just note for clarity of the record, I think the last read-in that was read was actually responsive to a request from Mr. Kramer, although it did relate to the same document. I was just so that we can find it in the transcript more easily.
Apologies.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to OCC 151, attachment 2.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, I'm looking at, looking at the wrong exhibit, just a second. Thank you. I'm looking at page 4 of 5.
That would be the 2019 networks business results.
Yes.
We're here.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. In the middle of the page, there's something labeled, I think, objective 3. It says achieve CapEx. Can you just explain what that objective means?
Yeah, that objective is split actually over sub-metrics 1, 2, and 3. And the CapEx on there relates to NECEC, which is the New England Clean Energy Connect project that is in Maine, a transmission project, and then plant additions, which will be the Avangrid networks level plant additions across the whole organization. And then a bid award in RFP. Let me just check if there's a footnote in that. It doesn't say. I'll make an assumption that's a renewables project, but subject to check.
Okay. Specifically the plant additions sub-metric, is that?
Actually, apologies, that it can't be renewable. So Ms. Van Looling thinks this could be in relation to California bids.
Yeah, California and Maine bids that were done for other networks transmission bids.
Okay. And did you call these sub-metrics, these 3? Or I see they're labeled as metrics. I just want to use the correct term.
Yeah, it's really the metric detail making up that overarching achieve the CapEx.
Okay. So that second metric then labeled plant additions, I see the kind of next 2 columns over reference budgets and have numbers under them. Can you explain what those numbers, well, I guess what the budget percentile references to?
Basically, that's just saying plus or minus 10% of budget. So basically, there'll be a plant additions budget set, and then it would be plus or minus 10%.
Okay. And what's that? You mentioned this is the plant additions across all of Avangrid networks. So I think, so what's the budget comprised of?
So the budgeted CapEx is dependent on a couple of different inputs. One would be rate cases and amounts and rates. And then the second would be, what do we need for safe and reliable service? And the third would be any new projects or new mandates that had come out that are required to be spent.
Okay. So is this like for the sake of, to the extent CNG data feeds into this overall metric, would it be like the planned plant additions for the given year?
It could also include for CNG. It could also include the DIMP and the SERB programs at that time. In addition, because they would have been outside of the rate case.
Okay.
And then any other mandates that may have come down.
Okay. Thank you. And my question was specifically, with this reference CNG's internal plan, like capital expenditure plan for plant in that given year, you know, which is relevant perhaps to the rate year level set, but this would be tied to the actual company plan for plant additions. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And I should also just clarify, one of the other inputs, we do look at the long-term outlook, the long-term forecast, and just look to see what we had included in there.
Okay, the 5-year capital forecast?
Correct, yeah.
Thank you. And what are these? There are these numbers, 1,189 and then 1,453. Do you know what those numbers are?
I believe it's the 10% below the budget amount is $1,189,000,000, and 10% above the budget amount would be $1,453,000,000. So I believe the budget amount's gonna fall in the middle. I don't have that number off the top of my head, though.
Understood, but so these numbers are the amount one way or the other, under or over the total budget that represents that 10%.
The goalposts.
Thank
So
you.
The lower end's a 0 and the highest is the 100.
Okay. So on the next column where it says results, does that mean like, yeah, I guess it's sort of,
I believe that is the actual CapEx in that time period for the, I shouldn't have said that, actual plant additions in that time period is the 1,357,600,000. 1,357,600,000.
So I can add to this. So in terms of the allocation of those points, it's 150 points at the top level. There's 40% allocated to that metric. That's 60 points. This is done in an extrapolation. So that 1357.6 is extrapolated and it attracts 38.32 points.
okay, thank you. I'm a little confused. Just in terms of scope, I guess, because I understand the scope. If we're talking about all plant and Avangrid networks, it makes sense to me that the goalpost would be, it makes sense that in terms of dollars, that we'd be looking at a range of $1.1 billion underneath the total versus $1.4 billion. In other words, I'll ask the question this way. If we're talking about all the plant and across all Avangrid networks, wouldn't the number be much larger than $1.3 billion?
Additions.
Okay, so this would represent just the additions across all entities in a single year?
For Avangrid networks, yes.
Okay. And with that, if I'm looking at, so is it appropriate to kind of look at that number as compared to the two prior numbers we talked about, that it's between 1.1 and, well, the almost 1.2 billion and the 1.45. So it's somewhere between being, I guess, is that the appropriate context to be looking at that number in? In other words, if the,
Are you asking what the budget is? The budget, yeah, it's between there.
okay, thank you.
I think if the math in my head is correct, it's the midpoint between there, but I'd have to go back and actually do the math and make sure that's right.
Okay. Thank you. So with that, I mean, just conceptually, is it your understanding that the 1.357 would be above budget, but not as high as 10% above budget then?
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening there. It's within the tolerance of minus 10 and plus 10.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to a OCC 137 attachment 1. Up there. Thank you. I noticed that it looks like this exhibit's divided into 2 pages, showing the employee recognition awards from 2018 through and including the test year of 2022 and then the rate year request. So comparing the numbers presented here between 2018 and 2021 and the test year, I just did the simple math of averaging those first 4 numbers between 2018 and 2021 and got 69, and then the test year jumps up to 468. Do you know why there's such a substantial increase?
The primary reason for the increase would be the payment of a union ratification bonus, which we discussed in more detail in our the rebuttal testimony of the revenue requirements panel.
Okay. Thank you. And then I think it indicates on, okay. So as we've discussed, I think many times in many different panels, the rate year adjustment here is just the inflation factor applied to the test year amount. Is that correct?
Here it is, excuse me, on this attachment, that is correct, but let me just take one moment to refer to our rebuttal testimony.
Sure.
So as I said, that is, you are correct. That's what's reflected here. However, in the rebuttal testimony of the revenue requirements panel at page 41, we chose to agree with the recommendation of the OCC's revenue requirements witness, Mr. DeFever, to spread that payment over 4 years.
Okay. So the rate year number on this response is going to be adjusted in late file 1.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Is it, does the company commonly include the ratification bonus in the same category as an employee recognition awards?
It's really just the accounting concepts and where it rolls up. They all roll up into a category that says employee awards.
Okay. Are non-union employees ever paid employee recognition awards?
Yes, they have been.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna go to Schedule G 2.12, which Mr. Kramer was asking about earlier. I'm gonna try to not duplicate his questions. So this schedule shows the executive compensation level information at the Avangrid level. Is that correct?
One moment, we're still getting there.
Sure.
Apologies about that. I'm now there. Could you please repeat your question?
Sure. This shows my question was, this shows an executive compensation at the Avangrid level?
Schedule G 2.12 provides some executive compensation information. This is executive compensation information for named executive officers in the proxy statement, and the data requests we were discussing with Mr. Kramer are a bit more fulsome.
And named executive officers is an SEC term. So the SEC defines who qualifies as a named executive officer, which is on this schedule.
And I should even further clarify for the test year, it's those named executive officers with costs that make their way down to CNG and SCG.
Thank you. Yeah, and I can see column K there as percentage of compensation charged to utility. So is that for the sake of this table, that would be the percentage of the total compensation shown here that's charged to CNG?
That's correct. Although as I made that last caveat, I'm recalling that there was in 2022, a named executive officer with nothing sent to CNG or SCG who's not reflected here for that reason.
Okay. Thank you. I heard a conversation with Mr. Kramer regarding I'm forgetting the term of art used, but it was regarding charging time. It was a conversation with Ms. Van Luling and about how employees who do different work can sometimes have to charge their time to different codes. Do you recall that conversation?
I do recall that.
I noticed on this exhibit in the 2021 year, which is the first section here, that last column K I just referred to, it looks like the first 4 officers here all have the exact same percentage charged to the utility. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So would that allocation be the Massachusetts formula?
The Allocations outlined on this particular schedule would be the underlying cost causation code of the group that they are under. So most of them should be the Massachusetts formula, but we did do a separate data response that outlined all of the groups and then what the cost causation factors are for how the items get allocated.
Thank you. But it's similar to, I think, your testimony earlier, Ms. Van Lilly, that you have sort of a, I don't want to use the wrong terminology, but you have sort of a standard code for your normal work assignments, and for you that ends up being allocated for the Massachusetts
Massachusetts
formula.
formula, correct, yep.
And then,
Just to clarify the standard code, we call it a default payroll order.
thank you. And but Ms. Van Lilly, you were giving the example earlier of that you did some work on the PNM merger, and then that had to be they used a different reporting code for that.
Yep, and all of those charges were held at Avangrid Management Company and not pushed down. And though that's reflected in UPA 001, that's the schedule that we were talking about earlier that shows the actual cost that made it down to CNG.
Thank you. Understood. I'm just curious, based on the testimony earlier, I was surprised to see this common, that all four of these individuals had the exact same allocation, because it seems that would indicate that there weren't other allocations in this year to kind of other codes that would have adjusted the allocation to CNG. Is that accurate?
This schedule is showing, like Mr. O'Neill just said, your default payroll order showed your general allocator. UPA 001 shows the actuals of what went where.
Okay. So is this sort of, this doesn't reflect what actually happened in the year? This is was just this.
It's going to be fairly close, is my guess, materially. I mean, I doubt there's that many differences, but.
Okay. But is this schedule essentially break down the elements of the total compensation as shown here and then use the default?
Default, yeah.
to-
Which in general, you'd expect a default would be what would occur on a regular basis, except it's not, because we do have some of these one-offs. And UPA 001 is showing the one-offs.
Okay, understood. So for the rate year, is the same true for, so for instance, the line 13, the CEO of Avangrid, there's a total of $8,777,329 in total compensation for the rate year, and the amount charged to the utility is 3.89% of that to get to that number in the column 3. Is that just the same, like using that default allocation?
Yeah, it's, I have a little bit of different number than you, but I don't think you were after the numbers. I think you're after the question. If it's just a default, it is just the default.
Okay. Yes, that was my question. Thank you. The column in this schedule include the label for stock and options awards. And I heard Mr. O'Neill, I think earlier today, say that the company doesn't pay options. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And are these referenced stock and options awards here, recognizing that they're only stock awards, the same thing as the long-term equity grants that are referenced in the initial testimony?
It should be. This looks like it's SEC methodology. So I'm looking at line 17, Dennis Areola. That's likely to be a valuation of a certain number of shares at a fair market value. But it's based on the LTIP plan. That would be the full grant for that year. So when he came in, he was given a full grant.
Okay. And just to be clear, like a stock award, is that compensation in the form of Avangrid stock?
Yes, it is.
And is that preferred stock or common stock?
Common stock.
Okay. Are there any employees at the Avangrid level or below who are required to hold Avangrid stock?
Yeah, I believe there's a certain multiple of your salary for mainly the more senior executives like the CEO,
Okay.
and it's detailed in the proxy statement.
Thank you. I'm looking again at OCC 151 attachment 1, which I have to return to myself. OCC 151 attachment 1. This time I'm on page 4 of 4.
Yeah, I think I've got there.
You said you said 104?
4 of 4.
Four.
You're referring to the LTIP from that period by the looks of it.
Yes.
Mhm.
And this is just conceptual questions that aren't necessarily about the year. But the second line there that says adjusted earnings per share, that that's a component of incentive compensation?
In this respect, yes.
It's equivalent to adjusted net income. It's just adjusted net income divided by the earnings per share.
Okay. And I think Mr. Kramer also was talking about before that there's another metric for total shareholder return.
So on this, it actually spells out in bullet point 3.
Yep.
It's based on that ranking within the S&P 500 utilities sector. And then there's a little narrative around what quartile you had to fall into.
Okay. Thank you. Do the shares, the Avangrid shares that are paid to employees as stock awards have any impact on Avangrid's earnings per share results? In the form of share dilution or otherwise?
No, they were issued as part of our omnibus plan, which is the overarching plan, so that was factored in. I think we issued over 2 million shares at that point. So the answer would be no dilution.
Okay. So were those shares issued and retained as part of the omnibus plan?
My understanding is yes.
Okay. But these the stock awards, those are part of the revenue requirement, right?
We removed it.
Okay. So CNG ratepayers don't pay for stock awards, the value of the stock that's issued to, that's paid to any CNG or Avangrid employee.
There are no employees of CNG, SCG hold stocks in relation to Avangrid LTIP.
Okay, but any of the cost of the corporate service charge that's from at the Avangrid level that's passed down to CNG customers?
We took it out of the revenue requirement, so we are not currently requesting for ratepayers to fund or pay for that LTIP.
Okay, thank you. Are any CNG employees paid stock options? Sorry, stock and option awards?
Not to my knowledge.
Is it just Avangrid employees?
Mainly Avangrid Management Corporation, Avangrid Service Corporation and Renewables.
UAL.
And UL, apologies.
Okay. As the is the overall compensation for any of those employees in the corporate service charge allocated to CNG?
When you say overall, are you asking base salary?
Yes, well, overall, with the exclusion of, as we just discussed, the exclusion of the stock awards that have been removed from the revenue requirement.
Yes, the overall less the long-term incentive plan is included in the request for the revenue requirement.
Okay, and that's base salary and benefits?
Mhm.
Okay,
With the exclusion of the long-term incentive plan.
okay. Thank you. I'm gonna go to OCC attachment 1. Sorry, OCC 187, attachment 1. And I think Mr. Vacolina might have had some questions about this or an exhibit showing similar information, but I'll wait until you have it in front of you. Okay. I'm on, I don't think these pages are numbered, but I'm on, let's see, the third page of the attachment that shows field category, fully loaded, union, and line of business columns.
We have the Excel, so we don't have page numbers, but I think we see the columns you're referencing.
Okay. That must be why I don't have, I'm on the PDF that probably came from the Excel, so. Does this include the fully loaded salary information for every CNG employee?
No, actually, this is open position. It says provide a list of open positions. So this would only be, it wouldn't be active, it would be open.
Okay. Thank you. And I heard authority staff ask for a late file. I think it was late file 120. And that late file request, did that request the fully loaded salary information for every CNG employee? That was my understanding.
Yes, it did.
Okay. Could I ask if that, maybe it already would, but could I ask if that late file request could include designations for union and non-union employees?
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you. And I have one more request for a modification. Would it be possible to show the equivalent service company charge impact of service level companies? So recognizing that to be able to kind of see the similar, to be able to compare the compensation portion that's paid for by CNG employees of those CNG ratepayers of those employees.
I think I see where you're going, but could you please just ask that again? I got a little lost as you were asking it.
Sure. So I'm envisioning this late file as showing every CNG employee, showing their fully loaded salaries and the other elements that were requested. I'm asking if service company employees could be added to that, but only showing the portion of their salary that's allocated to CNG, so the portion of their salary and their fully loaded salary.
Yeah, 1 second.
Sure.
Attorney Wheel, on, I think the first day of these hearings, we took late file 3, which sought the amount allocated to UIL, and there was a breakdown of base payroll, incentive compensation, 401k, and some other information. We could provide that in detailed by group of the company, which we think would facilitate the comparison you're attempting to undertake, if that would work.
Hey, I guess this probably would have been a clearer way to ask it, referring back to Schedule G 212, which shows the total company executive compensation we were talking about earlier. That shows, we talked about column J, which shows like so for instance, the CEO of Avangrid in the rate year, column J shows that $341,438 will be allocated to CNG. I was hoping for a presentation similar to that within the same late file so we could see service company positions and that total compensation amount associated with that position.
So we want to be as responsive as possible to your question. There's a lot of employees at the service company. So I think it might be more helpful if we group them by the category in which they're doing, which goes back to late file 3, so that you can see this group that works on health and safety have personnel costs of the total of this, and this is the dollar amount that's going to CNG. Versus if we list out everybody, I think the detail's just going to become too cumbersome for you to understand what they're doing as a whole.
Sure. Would it be possible, maybe middle ground, to just identify the number of employees in each of those groups?
Yeah, that absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Sure. So I actually don't know if that needs to modify. It sounds like that's already going to be in late file 3 presented that way, or
We didn't have it by group, so I think we need to just, I mean, we will do it for you, but we probably want to modify the request to just say
would it
by
be
group.
would it be possible to just add that to late file 120 actually, which is the one we just discussed about CNG employees?
Sure, so put late file 3 also in late file 120 and include the by groups
Yes, because
breakdown. Sure.
thank you. And the company can, of course, add caveats to we understand that they're not comparable numbers directly comparable, but we'd like to see them in context with each other as much as possible, with the understanding that they're not equal context, if that makes sense.
I think we understand.
Thank you. One last question about OCC 187 attachment 1. And
I'm
I'm
sorry,
on,
I was still writing the late file. Oh, okay.
sure.
Okay, we're here.
I was just curious, Mr. O'Neill, as you said, these are open positions responsive to that request. The fill category codes, does hire mean that the company intends like is seeking to fill that position?
Yeah, that looks like it's came off our headcount reporting, which is standard coding. So you've got internal moves, you've got hires, leavers, etc.
Okay. Yes, so I assumed int movement, internal move, and hired. Again, these are like, I guess where I'm getting confused on hire is these aren't positions where someone has been hired, I assume, because these are open positions.
Yeah, hire in this context would mean, I believe, and I'll refer to Ms. Rosado in a second, that would mean external. Internal move would typically mean an internal hire.
Okay.
That's correct.
And closed, not filled, does that mean that the company just doesn't intend to refill that position?
I'm looking at the length of time that those positions were opening and thinking that potentially what happens is the requisition is taken off the system and sometimes it's recreated because it's been in the market for too long. So you need to look at it and do something slightly different to generate it and attract external candidates.
Okay, so that doesn't mean that the company has eliminated that position. That's just
It-
kind of a feed through from the recruiting.
Doesn't necessarily mean that.
Okay, thank you.
Usually it means they're hard to fill roles.
Okay, thank you. I think my last couple of questions are also about an exchange earlier with Mr. Kramer. There was a clarification about the classification of the word bonus on a workbook being an SCC directive. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Does the company internally draw a distinction between the concepts of a bonus and the concept of incentive compensation?
Yeah, in the respect that we don't pay bonuses, yes.
What is the difference between a bonus and incentive compensation?
A bonus for me would be is maybe given for something like an annual bonus, you know, at a certain time of the year, etc. What we pay is, I would describe it as at-risk variable compensation. You have it as performance-driven. Bonuses would typically not be performance-driven.
Okay. But the company isn't able to report its incentive plan in a different classification other than bonus for SEC purposes?
Yeah, because the reason the SEC report that way, because what that is, it for some of the folks in the EVP, they have a discretionary performance assessment by their supervisor. In the case of the CEO, that is from the Avangrid board. If you don't have a specific metric, the SEC dictates that you cannot class that as non-equity incentive and you have to class it as a bonus. But to get that, he, for example, would have to demonstrate performance to the board above what his stated objectives would be.
Okay. Thank you. I think we'll move on to some questions from Attorney Talbot Slagle. Thank you.
Before we do that, can I just backtrack and clean up LFE 120 a little bit? It took me a second to catch up, but I just want to make sure in adding to it that we didn't take away from what Mr. Graylish was asking, because I think Mr. Graylish was asking 120 for individual employees, albeit the individual employees of CNG. So in adding to that to accommodate the OCC's late file exhibit, which is going to, I understood to be grouping, it's not going to lose the individual detail for.
No, I was just gonna add essentially another section that had the service company employees that covered the late file 3 broken down by the different groups with the number that's in each group.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is what I was envisioning, like a second page even. It doesn't, I was hoping it wouldn't be. Thank you.
Okay,
You'd mix together.
awesome.
But
Sorry, it took me a second to catch up there, but I think we're all on the same page. So please, Attorney Talbert's legal.
just one, I was asking for I think the only modification to the original request would be to add the designation.
Union
for
and non-union, and that would be CNG and SCG.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. James Talbot Slagle, staff attorney at OCC. Good afternoon, commissioners. Good afternoon, panel. I just had a couple questions. I'm going to start off with OCC 113. This is about the caregiver program.
I'm there.
Okay. So if you, in the first paragraph there for the answer, it says all company employees are eligible to enroll in a flexible spending account, FSA, or take advantage of the following company subsidized caregiver benefits. So the flexible spending account, what is that?
It's a pre-tax benefit that allows employees to put away some money for certain expenses to help for daycare and the like.
Right, okay. So we have that here too. So you just get to divert some of your pre-tax earnings to pay for childcare.
That's correct.
And so if an employee opts to participate in that FSA, then they don't get to participate in any of these programs?
That's not true. They can still participate in the Bright Horizon programs as well.
Oh, okay, so the way it's worded here, that's not actually exclusive, they can take advantage of both things.
They can do either or both,
Okay, or neither.
or neither, correct?
Okay. Let me get back to. So looking at the Bright Horizons Enhanced Family Supports Program. So, and the Sitter City aspect of that. Oh, when an employee is accessing the city's Sitter City benefit, do they have to find sitters that would enable them to work? Is it during work hours that they would find a sitter?
So the Sitter City part of that program is really just a portal through Bright Horizons for employees to access discounted services like daycare and babysitting outside of the core Bright Horizons programs. So it's just a portal for them to go out in the outside world and go find other things separate from anything Avangrid provides as part of our benefits.
Right, but so if I'm accessing to find a sitter, do I need to do that to find someone to sit for me so that I can go to work during the workday, or could I use it for like date night or whatever I want?
That benefit is personal because once they go through the portal, they're kind of outside of the Avangrid walls and they can do whatever they want. The core Bright Horizons benefit is 100% specific to coming to work.
Okay. And similar questions related to the elder care, the Years Ahead program, that's focused on elder care, correct?
That's right.
And so if I'm seeking services for an elder, does that elder have to live with me or be my dependent if I'm an employee?
Not necessarily.
Okay. And similar questions, in order to access that service, I don't have to be finding someone to take care of an elder individual in order for me to come to work. It's just a portal similar to the Sitter City kind of thing.
No, that is part of our, that is part of the Bright Horizons benefit where it's work related.
So you would only find care so you could come to work.
Yeah, only the Sitter City is kind of on a personal note. Everything else is tied to the company program.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Turning to OCC 98.
I'm there.
Okay, so for the rate year, the company's seeking $841,000 for incentive pay, is that correct?
Attorney Talbert Slagle, you're referring to the attachment and specifically Excel row 10 labeled incentive expense.
Yes, I don't have it up. I was looking at my questions, but
I do see that.
okay, thank you. Yes, thanks. And then for the test year, the number was 687,000 in incentive pay.
That's correct.
And what accounts for that increase in?
We provided schedule CNG WPC 3.16D, providing our computation of rate year incentive expense. And as shown therein, the increase is primarily tied to, exclusively tied to two factors. One is the change in headcount. We've proposed some incremental FTEs, and I described our process for truing up the headcount to reflect the company's most current. That's one element. The other element is the projected increase in underlying base compensation. We've brought in the projected annual increase in compensation and applied that to incentive expense as well.
Okay, thank you. Looking at the historic numbers from 2018 through 2021, that's also in OCC 98, the attachment 1. So in 2018, it was $218,000, 2019, $714,000, 2020, 210, 2021, 359. I think in response to Mr. Grelish's questions. You responded about why the increase from 2021 through 2022. Is there anything you could add to that or why those went up?
Um,
Do you want me-
I'll take it first and then Mr. O'Neill can expand on anything, but the achievement that we had in 2022 was higher than the achievement than we had historically had for our metrics at the end of the year.
Then you would also take into the points that Mr. Hurwitz said about wage inflation and any incremental headcount. So there are definitely three factors.
Did those increase from 2021 to 2022 to your knowledge?
Yeah, certainly the wage inflation would have been, every year there is an application of what we would describe as a merit award. And then the performance definitely did improve over the years, yes.
Okay. And just going back to the difference between 2018 and 2019, it's a similar or even more significant increase. What accounts for that increase?
You're still asking about incentive expense?
Yes.
So the movement from 218,000 to 714,000?
Yeah, we think potentially achievement driven, but we'll come back to you on that in a read in.
W. Read in W, I should say.
Thank you.
Actually, just trying to think back that period of time, I also recalled that there was a potentially a change in the plan mechanic around that time in terms of the different operating companies that we had. And so basically we then harmonized those plans. So we will check that, but I think that might have been around that time there was some sort of harmonization, but we'll check.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think I want to turn to OCC 147.
Yeah, we're there.
And I think this may be somewhere, but if you could just refresh my recollections. So the incentive payment plans for non-union employees, what would be the maximum amount as a percentage of salary that a non-union employee could receive under the incentive pay program? As a percentage, yeah.
Yeah, it depends on their individual targets. So right at the executive level, you could earn 2 times your salary. At the more senior levels of Avangrid, it actually depends on what job you're in, and what plan you're in.
At Avangrid?
At Avangrid level, yes.
Okay, what about at the CNG level?
At the CNG level, typically the folks in this plan are APA, and they're typically target 5%, maximum 10%, or managers would be target 8%, maximum 16%. So the maximum they could get typically is 10% for analyst type level and 16% for manager level. That's the maximum. They won't get that because it doesn't pay like that, because you have to rely on individual networks business and Avangrid. So you're probably talking, for a manager, I would have said 12%, something like that, typical.
Okay, 12%. And then what is the maximum that if you are a union employee, you could receive as a percentage of salary?
Yeah, the unions have their own setup. It's typically between 0.5% and 1%. Some of them actually have cash payments like $2,000 or $1,500. We actually have, if you give me a second, I'll just confirm. Amazingly, I'm being told I'm correct.
Wow, good for you. You may have earned your 16%, or you're probably more.
Possibly.
Okay, so the interrogatory OCC 147 attachment 2, if we could turn to that.
Yeah, we're there. That's the aforementioned union plan for CNG Greenwich.
Right. Well, I think it's for
It'll
both.
be all, but the page I've opened up is Greenwich.
Right. Well, let's just go through, I want to dive into that a little bit to see what is required for someone, for a union employee to get their full benefit. So if we can just look at that a little bit. So can you just describe, so let me see, I'm on page 2 of 2. So as I see, there are 4 requirements here, or 4 categories.
In the page 2 I'm looking at, there's 5.
I'm sorry, I went back to page 1. I was on page 2.
Yeah, on
So
page 1,
speaking
there's
of,
4. So it's 1% in totality, 0.25% per metric. Those metrics are either customer driven or motor vehicle accidents or third party damages. So operational damages. So to get 1%, you have to meet all of those objectives.
Okay. And so 1%, and each of them, the 4 objectives are a quarter of that 1%.
That's correct.
And could you just go through these? So it says maintain a customer focus to leak response. What does that mean?
Yeah, what that's saying here is that our union employees have to respond to leak and odor calls. So if someone smells gas, they have to reach that within the mandated time frame, which is 30 minutes during working hours and 45 minutes during non-working hours. So that would be tracked, and if they meet the required times to react to those operational incidents, they would be paid 0.25%. If they don't, they will not be paid 0.25%.
Okay. And then that's moving down, the leak backlog, what is that one?
I am not an operational expert, so if you need more, I'll ask Mr. Langland, but what this says is maintain a class 2 year-end backlog and a class 3 SOA year-end backlog on state-of-the-art pipe. So basically,
Pretty self-explanatory.
yes, I would say so.
No.
I was going to give you more, but yeah.
No, I don't know what that is. Could you please explain?
So backlogs of leak repairs, I would assume, but let me just check. Yeah, Mr. Langland confirmed that the state have mandated that the backlogs for certain types of leaks have to be at a certain number. If it's at that number, they get paid. If it's not, they don't.
Okay, so just meeting the state requirements for back leaks, yeah.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And then the third one says reportable MVA. I assume that means motor vehicle accidents, so you just don't have any accidents.
Yeah, it does. That's exactly what that means. So that we're saying we can have no at-fault motor vehicle accidents.
And then finally, for the Greenwich Union, the reduced third-party damages. You know what that is?
Yeah, it's the call before you dig program and ensuring that third parties don't damage your infrastructure.
So that if a CNG employee goes to a home and then digs up something and cuts the,
Yeah, hold on. Just for the record, Mr. Langland's been sworn previously. We identified him as a potential witness to support this panel. And I think he can maybe directly answer these questions there because they're more operational in nature.
Thank you.
Could you just repeat that question?
I'm just trying to, the hone down on the reduced third-party damages. Just what that means.
The CNG employees would do the actual mark out of the gas facilities. The third-party damage would come from an outside excavator, like a landscaper or something doing digging. And if we had a mismark there, that would cause a damage.
Okay, just for clarification, CNG does its own marking of the gas lines, the call before you dig people don't do that when they come out, or?
No, we are the call before you dig people.
Oh, whenever I've seen, well, okay, that's a different issue, but I thought that was a
Our
separate.
union employees do the markouts of our facilities, and we keep very close track on how accurate those markouts are.
Okay,
And their performance against any third party, digging and damaging our facilities is what this metric is all about.
and if they were, just to further take that out, if it caused damages to, say, I had gas in my house and you came out and marked it, and then my landscaper dug up the pipe, then that would cut off my service to my house, basically, if they damaged it
If they
significantly.
damaged it, right. So if they have, I think this metric says have one or less damage. So if they had over one damage, they would not receive this benefit. It's all about the accuracy of the markup by our CNG union personnel.
Okay, thank you. And similarly, just looking at the Hartford, so just to go back, there are two unions that represent the CNG employees, one's in the Greenwich area and one's in the Hartford area, is that correct?
Yes.
And how are those broken up? I mean, what is the geographic area? Is one larger than the other?
I believe, and we'll confirm, that Hartford is bigger than Greenwich.
Greenwich is simply the town of Greenwich itself. Hartford incorporates, I think it's 20 towns around Hartford.
So New Britain would be in the Hartford
Correct.
unit. Okay. All right. Thank you. And similarly, I just wanted to go through the Hartford Union Incentive Plan. Maintain a focus on customer leak response. That's the same thing, correct? And then,
It is.
and then the backlog is the same.
It is.
Third-party damages would be the same.
Correct.
And this one, just for the record, instead of the 4 categories, this one has 5 categories, each weighted at 20% to equal the 1% of total pay.
That is correct.
Okay, and then number 4, what is number 4? Meet company KPIs related to safety?
It says on it that the requirements to meet all mandated health and safety training and timely reporting of incidents.
Okay,
And then 90% of the training has to be completed, and it's not a good copy, 95% of on-time reporting of incidents.
okay, so that's number 4. Number 5 is meet and or exceed. And I'm just reading here, a customer contact satisfaction of 85% for the incentive year.
That is correct.
How is that gauged? Do you conduct follow-up calls or?
Through outbound customer surveys.
So once a service individual comes to your house, then maybe someone would call up and say, hey, how did it go?
Yes, a service visit or a phone call.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and we have Ms.
That's it.
Palella here if you have more questions.
No,
Okay.
that's it.
All right, thanks.
I noticed in another filing, I forget which one it is, but the company couched these as pretty related to customer service. Is that, all of these are as an incentive plan, I think, in, let's see, where is it? CNG 150, when,
Sorry, CNG 150?
oh, I'm sorry, OCC 150 for CNG. The union variable goals were characterized as 100% related to the customer. Is that correct? On lines 9 and 10 of that document, attachment 1. Sorry, attachment 1. I'm not very good at designating my documents, sorry.
Yeah, it does say that.
Okay, thank you. So in contrast to the non-union employees who are evaluated on the corporate achievements and some of the avant-garde and network achievements, the union employees are solely evaluated on these metrics, which are specific to their jobs and individual.
That is correct.
Okay. And these union metrics are related to safety a lot.
Yeah, they're definitely operational, safety, customer-driven metrics. Very, very dependent on the job that the union teams do.
Okay. Going back to, thank you for those answers. Going back to OCC 150, and talking about the incentive compensation plan, otherwise in general, that asked, that interrogatory were asked of the company whether there was any study that it could point to regarding the quantification of benefits to the ratepayers of the incentive compensation plan. And I think the response there was that company is not aware of any practice method or third-party study or analysis that quantifies the benefit that customers receive as a result of a single component of the employee compensation package. Is that correct? What was in?
Yeah, that's what's stated following discussions we've had with some of our compensation consultants, that is correct. What we would say though is we commissioned the study to show that we are within a competitive market range and actually driving economic value for the customer, because we're slightly off the range, albeit we are competitive. It's still a delicate balance between the economics of that and trying to attract and retain suitable talent in a very technical area. So that's what we're trying to do. Then we are, the construct of our plan is industry standard. So if you do some research, you see that 80 to 85% of organizations across the US have this type of plan. We see it as absolutely necessity for attraction and retention. So employees are coming to us, new hires come to us, they expect it. Our employee base expects to be paid that. And then there's an at-risk part of it, which allows our employees to drive for success and earn more money. A lot of the metrics, as we've spoke through, are customer type metrics. There's also community metrics, volunteering metrics. So we try and use that scorecard approach. Even the financial, I would say, even something like you might argue that FFO to net debt or some of the TSR, I actually see that as helping a customer, because if we can have the right financials, that means we can drive down the cost of capital. We have better credit ratings. We can invest more effectively and efficiently in processes, customer systems, etc. So for me, the scorecard approach actually works very effectively.
Okay, thank you. But as far as any, like you said at the beginning, there's not really any study that can quantify that. But
we are not aware of that study.
Okay.
Ever having been done and having spoke to some very experienced external consultants who have worked on many, many rate cases. They are not aware of that study.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Let me check with my colleague. I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you. EOE, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Brittany Wyman with EOE. I'm joined by my colleagues, Chris Parent and Kim White. We're going to take a second to get set up. Hello. Before we get started, we believe that the vast majority of these questions should apply to both CNG and SCG, but to the extent in which there are differences, please let us know. And we're going to start with Mr. Parent.
Thank you. As my colleague mentioned, Chris Parent from EOE. I only had a few questions that were started in a different panel that were deferred here. So these might sound somewhat familiar for a few of you. Referring to EOE 345 and EOE 345 attachment 1. So the company's response to this interrogatory discussed how a remove IB&R column was included in a revised work paper C-316A to demonstrate the offsetting correction to a workers' compensation adjustment. The response also pointed out that I believe this is a quote as I put it in my notes, addition of this column had no impact on the company's proposed rate year medical expense. Can the company explain how the revenue requirements, essentially the expense amounts, were derived for this expense?
Sure, I'll start and Mr. Visconti may have something to add, or we'll see what follow-up questions you have. But then I recall discussing this with you in some prior panel. I'm going to talk about our medical expense in two different pieces. One is the amount of medical expense that we recorded in the historical test year, and the other is the amount of medical expense that we're seeking in our proposed rate year. The amount of medical expense reflected in our historical test year is as recorded on our books for GL. However, as we discussed some number of days ago previously, our proposed rate year medical expense was derived by taking the projected annual medical cost per employee from an exhibit to the comp and benefits panel's testimony, adjusting it for capitalization, and then multiplying by our proposed rate year headcount. And so it's that approach to determining rate year medical expense that means the addition of this remove IB&R column has no effect on our proposed revenue requirement.
So to clarify, the report that you're referring to were the Aon estimates that were provided.
That sounds correct. The reference I have is to exhibit CNG CBB 12.
Correct. Aon provided the medical projections.
So has the approach for the current test year / rate year, so the rate year, has the approach changed from prior rate cases? Has the company consistently used a third-party projection of the costs, or has the company used a different approach?
It's my understanding that we continue to use a third party to do these projections.
Is it accurate to understand that the medical reserves that were discussed previously have not yet been paid? So the reserves, the remove IBNR column that were now added to the exhibit as a result of the workers' comp correction, those are in fact reserves. Is that a correct statement? Amounts that have previously been incurred but have yet to be paid?
Please just repeat your question.
So the amounts that were identified as, and I quote, remove IBNR, the correction that occurred in response to the workers' compensation interrogatories, that amount, is that essentially a medical reserve that has the underlying activity has occurred, but the amounts have not been paid? So is it essentially a reserve?
Yes.
Yes. I never like saying my last question, but it might be.
I won't hold you to it.
So are the reserves that we just referenced, are they included as a reduction to the rate base in Schedule B8? And if not, why?
They have not been, because our projected rate year medical expense, as Mr. Visconti could describe in further detail, is based on a projection from Aon of paid claims.
So that's the projection, that's the rate year expense. But for the test year, we do have reserves up. So this feels like I'm asking another question. I said I never like
okay.
to say that. So if we have reserves up, why would those not be a reduction to the rate base? Somewhat equivalent to a regulatory liability. If there's amounts that have already been, the expenses already been incurred, prior year expenses, similar to the Aon approach used in the current year, why are those not reductions to rate base?
Well, because we're in the rate year, we're not asking customers to pay for that. There's big differences between reserves and also regulatory assets for GAAP purposes and what we would propose for rate making purposes.
So I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood something earlier. If the company has used a consistent approach with the Aon estimates in deriving the revenue requirements for historical years, and these are expenses that have previously been incurred where the reserves are up for the amounts that have yet to be paid.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean.
No, I'm having trouble reconciling the answer. I'm just asking one last time, I guess.
So I tried to draw the distinction between amounts we recorded in the historical test year and the amounts we're putting into our proposed rate year. And our historical test year, we could record anything, and it's not going to affect what we're proposing in this case. Obviously, we cannot literally record anything. We have GAAP rules, but it doesn't necessarily mean that affects our proposed revenue requirement. What we're asking customers to pay for is our proposed rate year. And as we just discussed, that's based on these Aon projections, which are derived from paid claims.
Okay.
I just want to clarify, it's actually 12 months of incurred claims, not necessarily paid claims, because sometimes in the test, you might incur a claim, but it doesn't actually get paid until the following year.
I think you're hitting the nail on the head with my question. So if we've incurred different claims for historical years and the revenue requirements were based on an Aon projection, and we have an outstanding reserve as of the test year end, my question simply is, why is that not a reduction to rate base? Or the amount of
Is it the case though that in terms of, are you talking about the movement on the reserves year on year and how they're accounted for?
No, if I think of how the account, I don't want to testify. The change in the year over year reserves essentially would contribute to the expense if we were using an approach of historical activity. That's similar to how the work comp was derived. In this case, we're not using the historical activity, we're using the Aon projections. So the expenses are dictating, the Aon projections are dictating the expenses. I'm really trying to understand why the reserve is not established as a reduction to the rate base. That's really the question.
So to clarify, incurred claims typically get paid in a relatively short amount of time, a small handful of months. And you could think of it kind of like unbilled revenues, in that in any given period, there's going to be 12 months of activity. And you could, go a little bit insane trying to think about the timing of when the claims get incurred versus exactly when they get paid. But, as we've described, our projected medical expense is based on 12 months of activity. And I would also add that, to your point about prior rate cases, I don't think this IBNR reduction to rate base was reflected in prior rate cases either.
Okay, I think I'm all set. I'm gonna hand it off to my colleagues. Thank you very much.
All right, well, we're playing a little bit of musical chairs. I will give you a caveat. I'm an attorney for a reason. So as much as I've been following along today, I may have some redundant questions, and I may be asking simple, just tell me what this is questions. So please bear with me while I figure out what we're doing. All right, so we've been speaking about several different incentive plans at this point. Can you just name each one of those plans? I know they all have specific names.
Yeah, the incentive plans, the long-term plans are called the long-term incentive plan. And there are currently two, the 20 to 22 plan, which has 1 year still to vest in 2025. And the 23 to 25 plan, which will vest in 2026, 27 and 28. We then have short-term plans.
I'm just going to interrupt you. Those are the plans that we've taken out of the revenue requirement.
Thank you.
Agreed.
I promise I'm not asking about numbers.
The short-term plans, non-union is the annual performance award plan, and that has VPs and below. Those VPs that are in there are VPs that do not report to a management committee member. We also have the executive variable plan, the EVP. That is management committee members and VPs reporting to management committee members. And then we have union incentive plans, as we just discussed with the OCC.
Thank you. And just in case this might have been incorporated in the long-term plans, the performance stock unit award, is that in there or is that separate?
The performance stock unit awards are the result of the achievement of the long-term plan. So
Understood.
it's based on a grant of stock.
And is that similar to the phantom share units?
Actually, good point. No, we also have, for certain executives, we have phantom shares, and how the phantom share works is it's an award of shares, and on the day, the vesting day, we would check the Avangrid stock price and pay it out in cash. So it's a cash-based executive retention plan.
I'm going to divert from my own question so I understand that better. So are they first given the shares and then the phantom? So they're never given shares. It's simply just a vesting date in which they're given the cash value of.
Correct. There's notional shares. So if you were awarded 1,000 shares that vest over 3 years under a phantom grant, it would be roughly 333 per annum. And if it was the 1st of February, we would check the stock price on the 1st of February. And if it was $10, we'd pay out $3,330.
Thank you. You might have saved some of my questions later too. Appreciate that. All right. So in I want to say UAPA, in UPA 1 and 9, are those all of the employees, to use a broad term, that are receiving one of those plans, or are there additional incentive plans?
Yeah, this is the named executive officers under the SCC, and then the internal officers, which are typically VPs, and they're all either, a good proportion of them will be in the EVP, a proportion of them will have LTIP, and others will be in the APA.
Great, thank you. I'm going to back up to each plan. So each plan, there are different metrics that they have to meet, and those are typically in groupings. So for the executive variable plan, what are those groupings?
Yeah, how it works. So if you take the CEO, he's the only person with Avangrid. He solely has Avangrid level. And then members in the EVP, the other members in the EVP, they have Avangrid. they have their business unit or corporate function, and then they have individual goals.
Okay.
The APA, do you want me to
You're
keep going?
perfect. Go. Keep
The
going.
APA has Avangrid, the business function or corporate function, and individual goals. The union have the goals that we discussed 30 minutes ago.
Okay, and so with the long-term investment plan, do those have specific goal or goal groupings with those?
Yeah, the long-term incentive plan has both financial and ESG. So it's typically 70% financial, which is mainly net income, TSR, and then ESG can be things like unconscious bias, sustainable suppliers, etc.
Great. And for the phantom share units, are there specific groupings for that one too?
No, they're typically awarded to senior executives as part of a retention to keep at that level, because obviously it's very difficult and very expensive to replace executives at that level. So they've been awarded both for good performance in that year, but also for retention purposes, hence they're time-based.
That makes sense. Thank you. I'm wondering if I could get a late file exhibit for the employees that are, again, broad term employees, executives and directors, in UPA 1 and UPA 9, for their specific metrics. So for those that have the individual, plus I do understand the network and Avangrid ones are throughout, but having them in one place would be nice, for each one of those who have received an incentive reward.
Yeah, I think we could do that.
Okay, so Label Exhibit 125 is going to be referred to UPA 1 and UPA 9. Identify the incentive groupings.
The incentive programs, I believe in 9, they're mostly listed, but the separate goal metrics that they have for each one. So that would even mean in the individual business, the personal ones, I assume looks something like the CNG CB3. And that would be for each one.
So you want us to take UPA 001, clarify which entity they're part of, AMC or ASC, and then there will be AMC or ASC goals, and then refer to that component, say what percentage of their goal is that, and then say and then provide their individual goals.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And could I get that back to the last rate year? Oh, sorry, go ahead. Is that possible?
To the last rate year.
Last rate case, excuse me.
One second. So we're more than happy to be very responsive. I just want to maybe clarify some things that might be helpful with this. So let's take me personally. Part of my objectives are the Avangrid as a whole objectives, so we can provide those to you. Part of my objectives are the control function objectives, because I'm part of the control function, and we can definitely provide those to you. And then the last part is just my objectives. So you're going to get, so these 40 different people, or 44, I'll have 44 different individuals, minus like the highest level executives, that for every year going back to the rate case.
That's fine. I do understand there's a lot of overlap, obviously, with the company or the network ones. You can just refer to them if you put it somewhere, say, you know, this person gets this exhibit instead of providing it each time. But you know, to the extent that they're different, mostly the personal goals, those.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on those personal goals, the other thing that's going to get complicated is people have moved around, right? So I had a different role 3 years ago, and so it's not necessarily apples to apples. You want still going back to the last rate year, or just 1 year of these individual goals?
Give me 1 second. We can just do the test year. That's fine. Yeah.
Actually, yeah, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna have a question that might layer something else in, so
Go
I
ahead.
apologize, okay? But, do you have some sort of, documentation or forms or approvals or something showing when someone gets the incentive award, is there some sort of documentation that shows that they've met their goals that show, like I'm
Yeah.
picturing we get a performance review and we get a little
Yeah.
checkbox list. That's what I have in my mind.
So I can walk through the process and Mr. O'Neill can add in anything that I missed. But at the end of the year, for our individual goals, we'll go through and rank where we fell. So we'll put in, say my goal was women in, like the number of women in my team. And then I'll say I have 40% of women in my team, and then I have to include evidence of the fact that here's my team and here are the women, and then I attach that. Then I provide that in one package that goes to HR. Separately, internal audit will come in and review some of them on a select basis. I don't know what that looks like. We'd have to speak with them, but they'll review the assessment of it. Same thing happens, like I mentioned, so I'm Avangrid, and then I'm the control function. The control function will submit with the same level of evidence and then provide that, and then that will go through the review process as well.
Okay, so then, I'm sorry. What I was gonna say, is it possible to get that, what that document that you were saying that you created in the first instance that travels its way up the chain is what I'm gathering from you? Could we get that as part of the?
I was gonna say, and it sounds like it would include all of the individual goals anyways.
yes.
So I think that is a perfect, what we're looking for with the network and the.
Thank you.
As the other thing Ms. Van Luling says is, so internal audit are involved certainly for all MC members, and then for the CEO, we also use an external company to validate that the objectives of the CEO, and then the compensation and nomination committee would also validate the CEO and the named executive officers. So there's multi-layers of review and audit, basically.
Thank you. Okay, a few specific.
So file exhibit 125.
Thank you.
And so just to note that this listing should be the same for SCG and CNG for just, you had asked about that, but it should be the same, just the percentages are different.
Okay, and I think we'll do a separate later.
Yeah,
at the
yeah.
beginning, but thank you. I appreciate the difference in flagging it for me. I'm going to go into just specific terms to make sure I understand. So in most of those plans, in reviewing them as they're attached to 394, I saw the term administrator used frequently. Can you just tell me who that is?
Yeah, the administrator of the LTIP, the EVP and the APA is now the Compensation and Nomination Committee. They give delegated rights to the CEO in terms of payment, but they are the administrator.
And are those listed anywhere in the docket who are part of that committee?
I'm not aware of that. Two seconds. Yeah, Ms. Van Luling confirms it's in our proxy statement, and it's in the proxy statement is in the filing.
Great, thank you. And is there any point that they can delegate those duties to anyone else?
The delegation is mainly around payments. And the reason for that is you're talking about thousands of employees. So the compensation committee's main remit is on executive officers, but we have that level of scrutiny on our plans. But the payment delegation is typically through the CEO.
Thank you. And so, but main picture of coming up with the metrics behind the different incentive plans or what might be in those agreements is generally just that committee.
Certainly for named executive officer and the CEO. So if you think about the network's business objectives, they would certainly be presented to the compensation committee. The Avangrid level will be presented to the compensation committee. The network CEO by default, it's her business. So hers are going to the compensation committee, but someone like Andrea or Ms. Van Luling, who works for the CFO, the CFOs would be there as the control department, but Ms. Van Luling's would not be at the comp committee. They would be discussed and agreed by the CFO and ratified as such.
Great, thank you. Now earlier, when you were speaking with Attorney Wheel, he asked you about certain executives being required to have stocks. Are those the performance stocks that they get? I think they're the LTIP or the LTIP, if I remember correctly. Are those separate and apart or above the required stocks?
No, that's.
Those are the required
that's
stocks.
The required stocks, yeah.
Okay.
They have to have a certain level and I believe maybe a retention period as well, but they definitely have to have a certain level. It's stated in the proxy statement.
Oh, thank you. And in attachment 5 to 394, there's a list.
EOE, sorry.
Excuse me, yes, EOE 394, attachment 5. On page 16, section BBI, if you want to know where I'm going.
Yeah, I see it as our, it looks like our omnibus plan, I think.
Yes. It's a list of performance award criteria.
Are you reading stock options and stock appreciation rights?
It's labeled performance award criteria on page 16, but let me make sure I have the right page. Yeah, it looks like a definition of performance criteria, page 16 of 18.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, great. Are those for all of the different incentive plans? Or are this just for specific incentive plans?
No, the omnibus plan is basically the overarching umbrella plan that allows us to, through the approval of a compensation committee, allows us to use different types of plan. So this is a very broad ranging. There are plans mentioned here we don't use, like long-term cash plans. So this is the umbrella plan that allows us to issue stock. For example, there's something in here that says someone can't earn more than $10 million per annum through these programs. It limits us to 2.5 million shares in issue. So this is the guiding principles that we would
And
work
it's
to.
for all of the incentive
All
plans?
of the plans, yeah. This is the umbrella plan sitting on top of the LTIP, PSU agreements, the EVP, the APA, the shadow shares, etc.
Thank you. To turn to EOE 399, I can give you a second.
Got it. It's the CEO ratio.
Yeah, yes, thank you. You noted that the average ratio for 2022, or the compensation for the CEO to the average employee, for 2022 was 62-1. That's correct?
I did.
Okay. Do you have 2023s by chance?
We do.
Can I get that?
Yes, you can. Actually, I think we filed a 10K recently,
Yeah.
so it's public. It's public. I think
can
it
I
was 8071, but let me check.
Yeah, that'd be great. Can I just get the SEC actually just filed as late filed? Because that'll be easier.
Yeah, we have the 10K as a late file, but
Oh, thank
we
you.
can copy and paste this section and put it in a late file for you, so it's easier.
Or just which late file it is, because I can look.
The 10K, which one's the 10K?
Could we just do this as a read-in?
Oh,
that'd
yeah,
be fine.
we'll do it
Okay.
as a read-in.
Okay, okay. Read in X is just that ratio
For 2023, yeah.
for 2023.
Thank you. And I do know it's kind of been explained in some places how that ratio is calculated, but could you explain it to me, please?
Yes, I could. Yeah, it takes the compensation from what they call the summary compensation table, which is the key table in the CD&A part of the proxy. So that is basically looks like the table we were discussing earlier today with the base salary, bonus, non-equity incentive comp, LTIP, etc. And then looks at the median employee. So what we do is we run a listing from our payroll department, find out the median employee, deduct from the median employee in the same way we would deduct the actual bonus paid from the previous year and calculate the bonus from this year. So it's all on a like for like, and then divide one by the other.
Okay. And I think I noticed some on that response that you said that the LTIP might change fluctuate? How does that work?
Yeah, basically the reason for that here is in the 2021 proxy, the CEO at that time was only there for 6 months of the year. So one left and one joined. So he got a partial grant. I could tell you the number of shares if you want.
Please.
So he got 48,610 shares. They were valued at fair market value. And then what happened this year in the 2022, we moved on to the latest grant, and that was calculated based on a fair market value times 250,000 shares, which is a full allocation because he's not a pro rate, you know, he's joined for the full period. So that LTIP valuation pushes this up. And the way our LTIP works is it's 3 years of performance and 3 years of payout. So I would say artificially, it's not cash paid because those won't vest in the cash. The shares will not be distributed until 26, 27 and 28.
So it's when the grant is
Yes.
issued is when it pushes that ratio up? Okay.
And that's SEC rules regarding the valuation of LTIP grants.
Thank you. I'm going to quickly turn you to OCC 148.
Yeah, I've got that.
You list on there the non-union amounts of who received I wish I was looking at it. Who received incentive components. Is that for every plan or is that just the APA?
Yeah, I believe we didn't have anyone in the EVP, so I'm going to say that was for the APA. And it also mentions the union award on there, so it's non-union and union.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure if that includes all the incentive plans.
It should, and there's no one in LTIP either.
Thank you. Okay, in OCC 147.
That's mine. Yep, got it.
You just state that the APA that was provided was through December 31st, 2022. Is there a newer agreement?
Yes, there is.
Is that provided in the record?
No, it's not.
Can we please have that as a late file?
Yes.
Okay, so late file exhibit 126 is to provide the 2023 equivalent of OCC 147.
Please, although I'll say 147 had the EVP, so has that been updated as well? It's only the APA that you mentioned.
Pretty much. The only change on EVP might be the allocation of points for certain NEOs. So I think we reduced the discretionary.
Can we just add that one too for the late file? And if we're all set.
Are EWEs all set altogether?
No. I can actually say I have one sort of question left. If you could please look at UE 398. Attachment 1.
My apologies, Attorney Wyman, you said EOE 198?
398.
398, thank you.
Yeah, we're there.
If only I had written down what my question was. In that you state, I'm gonna actually read this, that the committee relied on certain information for their assessment. The government, what were my actual words? Brand reputation enhancement, the third party review.
Yeah, basically for this is talking about the chief executive officer. So under our governance, the chief executive officer has to have his objectives appraised and reviewed by a third party, in this case, PricewaterhouseCoopers. So that's an annual undertaking. That is then taken to the compensation committee, and the compensation committee review his objective outturn, his or her, as it may be, and then they would review this report as well.
And is the report that's provided in attachment 1 the entirety of the report?
No, that looks like an extract.
May we please get the entire report?
Yeah, yes, I think there may be some other renewables type data, but yeah, that should be fine. Yeah.
Okay, so Laval Exhibit 127.
Yeah, I think we'll have to, I think, yes, well, late file 127, I think we have to figure out if there is any confidential information in there not relating to the operating companies.
Okay,
I understand.
thank you. So provide the full report referenced in attachment 1 of EOE 398.
Yes, please.
And if there is any redactions, I'll just ask that you file a publicly redacted one and a motion for a protective order, please. So,
Okay, that's it for EOE. We're all set. Thank you very much for answering our questions. EOE.
okay, thank you. I have CIUW Local 12924. Attorney Inoue. Attorney Wright. Thank you.
I had something somewhere. Give me a moment to go back. Okay, so earlier this afternoon, we were talking about individual performance goals in CFP number 3. And I was looking and I noticed that in the in terms of regulatory outcomes, the grading was for fair, good, or excellent. Someone want to tell me what the difference is between fair and good versus, say, satisfactory and unsatisfactory? I kind of get what excellent is.
I would have said that's the terminology used by the employee. But for me, it would be like threshold, target, and maximum. You know, I think they're just using that personal terminology. If fair for me in this case would probably be 0% or a very low metric score. Good could mean budget or target, and then excellent would be something 80 to 100% type. That's what I would interpret that as. It's just the employee. The employees have they do these individually. You know, yeah.
And I'm sure most of them consider themselves really good or good.
I think we've got an excellent set of employees, so I would agree. Yeah.
Let me see. Different. Okay, I guess that's it. Thank you. I'm all set, Mr. Chairman.
It's just a good afternoon. A quick question on the EOE talked about the FTEs. I always get, you know, confused a little bit about the FTEs. And I think maybe you do too. In all due respect. So you said that the headcount is constantly evolving. And then there was some back and forth in terms of it's going to be in revenue requirements, but then at some point you're going to take another look and then true up the revenue requirements. Am I articulating this correctly?
Are you recalling the exchange with Attorney Wheel and with regard to succession planning? So I think Attorney Wheel had suggested that we might do that, and I said that that was not one of our proposals, and I think he had pointed us to a section of the Compensation and Benefits Panel's testimony describing how in 2022, our historical test year, we were affected by some very anomalous factors, including market conditions, the Great Resignation, and all sorts of other things that Mr. O'Neill could describe further. But then what I was attempting to say was, as we sit here today, we think that's behind us and we're back to a more business as usual level from a vacancy rate perspective. And so we don't think at this point any further adjustment would be necessary. Rather, we think the adjustments we've already made and that we've already indicated we're going to make account for that. And I say that thinking specifically of the adjustment to reflect the most current headcount of the company in LFE1.
But it's still difficult. It's a challenge filling these positions, right? I mean, it's a challenge because you still have a vacancy, right?
That's correct. Yes. Highly skilled workers are challenging to fill, and we're building our pipelines and recruiting and posting on diverse job boards. But yes, you're correct. They are difficult to fill.
Okay.
Could I just add, you said that you still have a vacancy rate. Yeah, I would say every organisation would have a vacancy rate. What you're trying to do is manage that to a certain level. So every organisation is going to have a vacancy rate.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. I also had a question about succession planning. And Mr. Hubert, you may have just answered this, but I was trying to think about it in the context of having like maybe a floating position for the succession planning. I was trying to reconcile the company's explanation for how you did this earlier. Is that a fair way to think of it? Like, do you have a vacancy that you use as a floater that goes around and gets assigned to someone who you think's gonna retire? Like, I'm trying to figure out how you match up your vacancies with the people who you have in the pipeline to retire. Mr. Sato.
So we don't have a floating, what we do is we identify in critical roles and we develop that talent. So somebody that perhaps is working a couple levels below, we assess their gaps, skills gaps, and try to get that person ready to take on that specific role.
So it's more of an internal assessment rather than an external like backup for that.
Correct. There's some, obviously we want to try to fill the roles internally with the knowledge and the folks that we have and bring them up. But, a lot of the roles we do have to go externally for as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. O'Neill, I thought a moment ago in the exchange with EOE, I heard you reference a phantom stock plan. Did I hear that correctly?
You did.
Okay, that was a new term for me. Can we just talk a little bit more about that? Like maybe start with who qualifies for that, like what program that's part of?
It's actually part of the Phantom Stock Program.
It's a standalone
It's
program.
a standalone program. It's typically awarded to senior executives
Okay,
who have been, some of them have been approved through the Compensation and Nomination Committee, and the remainder have been approved by the CEO. So it's typically for high performance / retention purposes, and it's time-based.
time-based, meaning how long they've served in the role?
No, time-based as in you have to be active on a certain date. So if you were awarded the 2022 Phantom share, you have to be there on February 23, February 24, February 25. So it gives us protection around executives leaving the company and the high cost of re-recruiting executive staff.
Okay, so this is part of the retention program specific to senior executives.
Pretty much it's a mechanism we would use for that, yes.
Is it appropriate to characterize it as part of the bonus program or the LTIP or?
No, it's actually separate. It's a separate mechanism. And they call it phantom shares because they use the strike price or the prevailing market price on that day and multiply it by the number of shares you've been awarded. So as I said, if you were awarded 1,000 shares, let's call it 333 each year, and it's $10 on February the 16th, 2024, you get 333 times $10 paid in cash, not in stock, paid in cash.
Okay, it's a cash payment. Okay, thank you. And is that award reflected in UPA 1 or one of the? I guess what I'm driving at is when we asked earlier discovery questions or late files trying to capture what the compensation was for executives, directors and officers. I'm just worried that maybe we didn't ask the question the right way to get the phantom award listed in those responses.
Yeah, on that UPA 001 CNG attachment 1, I believe it rolled up in all other comp.
What column is that, please?
Column O.
Are you on the, which tab, please?
Tab, rate tier tab.
Here.
Yeah, subject to check. I
Let me
think it
see.
was all other comp.
Okay, is there any other type of compensation listed in all other, or is, I mean, all other compensation, is the phantom compensation the primary driver of that, or is there something else in that?
No, there can be other things in there. There can be things like relocation gross ups. There can be the company 401k, the match that the employer match, so that goes in there. So really it's a catch-all. Yeah, if you mileage, if someone has access to a company vehicle, of which there is only one, that would be recorded there.
Okay. Okay, is there a specific reason that like all of those get lumped under all other compensation?
Yeah, this is SEC driven
Terminology.
directive, and then there are rules around that. Actually, there was I can't remember, forgive me, I can't remember the data request number, but there was a data request that actually explicitly asked about this, and we noted down everything that was in those. I think it was for the named executive officers.
Okay, I remember that. I also would not know the the number off the top of my head, but I do remember that question. Okay, I appreciate that. While we're on UPA 1, quick clarification question. There's at least one individual who shows up under officers and directives, one of the named officers. There might be more. Let me see what tab I was on here. I'll just stay on the rate year tab. I see an individual listed under the officers and the directors. My question is the compensation additive or a subset? Do you understand? So the compensation listed in row 8, is that additive to the compensation listed in row 58?
Yeah, those are different. I think what happened there, you're looking at the crossover year, and are you referring to Mr. Azagra?
Yes.
So Mr. Azagra was employed, I think, on June the 6th, 2022 or something around there. So he was previously a board member of Avangrid. So if you look now, Mr. Azagra is not paid that mechanism. So that was in the transition year when he became the CEO.
But this is I think I'm looking at the rate year tab. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's test year plus inflation, and the fact that although that name is there, there's probably a placeholder there in terms of a new board member. And if you look at this, this was a part year anyway, so the salary on there is lower. So it's a transition period that's been picked up and inflated, if that makes sense.
Okay, how many directors are there supposed to be? I guess I guess your last response makes sense to me if there's always supposed to be 19 directors and thus he's listed as a placeholder. But if there's supposed to be fewer directors, then I'm not sure I understand the response. Because there's only 17 directors listed in 2021, for example.
There are 15 Avangrid directors. There's 4 below for the Avangrid Networks directors.
I see. Okay, thank you. If I could stay on the rate year tab for a moment. So it seems designed so that directors all receive the same percentage allocation to the utility at 3.90%, but the officer's percentage compensation allocated to the utility varies pretty dramatically. And I'm just wondering if you can explain why the decision was made to take the different approaches to allocation from officers and directors.
Are you, just so I understand your question, are you saying if I look at row 55, Mr. Galan is allocated at 3.9%, but it's $8,431. And if I look at row 59, Ms. Garcia is allocated at 3.9%, but it's 2,951, or I misunderstood?
No, thank you for the clarification. I think I understand that part because they're taking percentages of different, well, let me see. I think I understand because we're taking percentages of different salaries. My question is different. It's if I'm looking at column S for officers, the percentages for each officer that are allocated to the utility, like, let's see, row 9, for example, she's allocating 5.46% to the utility, but the directors are all uniformly allocating 3.9%, whatever their salary may be. So I'm asking if there's a rationale for the differing approaches between officers and directors.
Thank you. Now I understand. For the officers, this is all based on where they actually charged their time and where their time went. So on these officers, you may have had more working in in one situation, we have one where it's 22%. I don't know which officer it is, but my guess is that's probably a UIL officer who's working on behalf of CNG, charging their time only to CNG, SCG, and UI. Versus for all of the directors, they're all using the Massachusetts formula.
Okay, I understand now. Thank you. Okay, thank you. And I have one last question, but it's more of a confirmation and perhaps to your attorneys that this is a better question for the next panel. Yesterday, we discussed with Ms. Brown 1 or 2 questions about supplier diversity that she ended up taking late files on. And I think we started with the questions for her there because we were thinking of supplier diversity as a subset of ESG. But I missed one question, and I think she was maybe punting to customer service, but I wasn't clear if it was comp and benefits. So if I have one more question, is it better for the next panel?
Want to give it a try and we'll see.
Sure. I mean, it's probably going to be a late file exhibit anyway.
Sure,
So,
sure.
because we had a late file exhibit that this was supposed to proceed. The specific question was to provide the number of suppliers that are owned and operated by women and other minorities in the test year. Because I believe we asked a separate one that was the target goal, but
You want the actuals from the 2022 test year?
yes, the actual numbers for the test year and the target goal for the rate and calendar year.
Sure. That goal is not just women, it's also diverse suppliers. Can we provide you both, or were you looking for?
Yes,
Okay.
both. If they're a different target, if they're not lumped into the same goal and they're separate goals, I would appreciate having both for both the test year and the target goal for the rate year.
Okay, yep.
Okay, thank you so much. So that was it, and I think that would make it late file exhibit 128. And with that, we can take our afternoon break. And when we come back from their break, we'll do any redirects. So if we can just take a 15-minute break, please. Thanks. I need a second to write this down so you guys can go. Okay, Attorney Venora, any redirect?
Yes, thank you. We just have two quick items for redirect. I'll start, direct the first question. I think it's either Mr. Visconti or Mr. O'Neill, but there was discussion during the cross-examination relating to the Aon study and specifically compensation in relation to other utilities and other regions. My question is, does the Aon study account for regional differences in compensation?
Mr. Venora, yes, as stated in the testimony and on the exhibit, that there is a geographical differential that has been applied to the compensation. That's pretty standard actually in terms of process and methodology.
Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Hurwitz, do you recall during Attorney Wheel's cross-examination, certain questions relating to the head count from the last rate case?
I do.
And do you have any other points to bring forth?
I do. And I'm recalling that CNG and SCG's affiliate UI has been accused of reflecting inflated headcount in its approved rates. And I don't mean to comment on that, but we do mean to preempt similar accusations here. Well, CNG and SCG have had headcount challenges historically. The intent of significant sections of the direct testimony of the compensation and benefits panel was to explain the evolution in headcount at each company, and they described several factors that cause CNG and SCG's headcount to be the way that they are. The first is transfers of employees from CNG and SCG to the service company, which we described again in the direct testimony, and we think is one benefit of the 2015 merger is the ability to be part of a larger integrated company that enables costs to be spread among more customers and has allowed the companies to stay out of rate proceedings for as long as they did. Second, at the end of the historical test year 2022, due to some very technical and unique, due to some very technical elements of the company's pension plans, for a brief moment in time, it appeared to certain employees that it would be very attractive to retire. And accordingly, there was a spike or a drop in headcount or spike in retirements, depending on which way you look at it. That was especially pronounced at SCG, but that has not continued. We've seen headcount at each company recover very rapidly. As of now, as I quoted earlier, CNG's actual headcount as of March 2024 was 326 people. SCG's headcount as of the same time was 327 people. And then the third and final factor discussed in that testimony is the COVID-19 pandemic and the associated Great Resignation. Once again, creating a temporary challenge affecting many companies, not just CNG and SCG. And again, we've seen the company's headcount recover in the months since.
Thank you. That's all we have for redirect.
Okay, thank you. We will transition into the compensation and benefits panel for SCG. If there are no new witnesses, administrative matter, please.
No, there are not. To the panel members, do you recall answering a series of questions I asked you at the start of your testimony for CNG on the topic of compensation and benefits?
I do.
I do.
Yes, I do.
And do you also recall answering questions on cross-examination from Pura staff, OCC, EOE, and the commissioners during that portion of the hearing?
I do.
I do.
I do.
In appearing now for SCG and for the purposes of administrative efficiency, do you adopt your testimony from the CNG transcript and stipulate that if asked those same questions again, your answers would be the same?
I do.
I do.
Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. And while the authority staff are coming up, do we want to do a cross-check of our late files here? So Mr. Graylish, authority staff can approach, please. And are there any of these that you want to stipulate to, or would you like the foundation laid again? I think I'm starting at 117.
Yeah, I think with respect to all the authority late files, we can stipulate that we can provide the SCG versions.
Okay, thank you. I think the authority late files went 117 to 123, maybe?
That's what I have.
Okay, thank you. Just copy those down. Okay, so, I think the references in these may be slightly off, but, they become, late file exhibits 129 through 135, assigned to SCG. Thank you. All right, Mr. Grealish, please.
All right, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm just gonna start off by saying I was just gonna actually discuss this. I'm gonna ask for all the same LFEs for SCG. And I would, I don't want to speak for Attorney Wheel, but if you could add in the information he requested for the LFE version, LFE 120 of the CNG version and SCG, that would be very helpful as well.
Of course.
I think
Thank
that's
you.
132 now.
And also, and I'm gonna just, I'm gonna read through the questions, but just know that they're all essentially the same type of questions, just looking for an affirmative if the answers would change. If there is some changes, please, please elaborate. So I'm gonna start off with the medical and dental benefits again. For SCG, these appear on OCC 226. I don't necessarily need you to look them up, to be honest. This shows a year-to-date 2023 an amount of $14,000 in waived employee costs after the Hartford Union increased their annual waiver credit from $2,000 to $2,500 effective January 1st, 23. Explain how the company arrived at $14,000 in 2023 year-to-date, when year-to-date 2023 waivers are listed at 8 unique employees, which breaks out to $1,750 each. Same question as previous. The numbers aren't as important, but is this due also to the, prorating over the proration situation over the year?
That is correct.
Excellent, thank you. All right. I guess actually this question is, it is the same. It's about the mitigation payments. It's OCC 225 in this situation. The question was, where in the application a subsequent filing is the ratepayer savings from the pension freeze discussed and quantified as a calculation? Is it the same response?
I think it would be. There's a different data request, which I think I referenced yesterday, but same exact concept.
Excellent, thank you. All right. Moving on to compensation. This is actually the same support that you submitted, the exhibit CNG, SNG, CSP 1, page 45. This was in reference to the incremental FTE summary chart that we discussed, and that then this morning that you acknowledge is going to be changed as upon LFE 1 submittal. Other than that, is there any changes to your answer?
No.
All right. All right, so the next question was to explain the justification for the 2,000, excuse me, that'd be very generous, 200% incentive factor used in the incentive plan calculations.
Yeah, basically that is the 2 times target as we discussed yesterday.
Yes, so same.
The one thing I would add is that that's market standard.
Okay,
That is
excellent.
typically market standard.
So no changes from the CNG?
No.
The same situation. Okay, excellent. The next one was, and in this case, for SCG, it appears on OCC 308, but again, not necessary, probably to look it up. The question is, explain the justification for the promotion budget increase to 1.5% in 2023 in the test year, when it was 1% in all previous years listed. Is that the same response?
That would be the same response.
And the last question I did have was in reference, how will SCG track and ensure proposed FTE additions are filled timely, and what contingency plans exist if the positions are not filled?
Be the same answer as for CNG.
Excellent. And that's all I actually have. Pretty cool.
Thank you. Mr. Kramer, please.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, panel. Okay. With respect to late file 121, that was actually included both CNG and SCG employees in that that one late file exhibit. However, I think it would be helpful for them to be broken out, which they were not broken out in the original presentation. So if, in fact, though the late file did have both in one, if we could split them out into two. So I think, Chairman, your calculation for the numbers still works out
Are we
to
referring-
duplicate 121. So we could have one separately for CNG and one separately for SCG.
Right, so thank you. So I think we're referring to 133. Now, does that request make sense? Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I asked a question of the CNG panel about the health and safety initiatives discussed in CA 80 and would the company's response regarding the requirement for employees to participate in those programs be any different for SCG?
No, it'd be the same.
And I also asked whether those initiatives were ratepayer funded. Is the company's response the same for SCG?
Same response.
Thank you. I also asked about the protocols that ensure that that safety protocols are followed and that there's the feedback loop from the field into regular practice. Is it the same response for SCG?
Same response.
Thank you. I also asked about the funding source in terms of specifically whether ratepayer funds are used for the employee development programs. Is it the same response for SCG?
It would be, although for CNG, I pointed you to RRU 799, which was the CNG answer. The SCG equivalent is RRU 851.
Thank you. Okay. The company stated in its response to UPA 18 that there were no executives or officers employed by SCG in 2022. Can the company then confirm that it does not seek cost recovery for any SCG executive or officer compensation in the proposed rate year?
Confirmed.
Thank you. And are there currently any executives or officers employed by SCG?
No.
Thank you. With respect to the company's response to UPA 13, attachment 1, I'd like to confirm the amount of executive compensation the company is proposing to recover in the rate year for executives and officers. So for officers in the rate year, can the company confirm that that number proposed for recovery is $1,153,872?
Confirmed.
And for directors, that would be $120,760.
Confirmed.
Thank you. Then we discussed another late file that would itemize the companies that the officers and directors work for. No additional question on that. But I did also ask whether where we would find the various incentive plans and compensation plans located in the workbook for UPA 001, attachment 1. Is the answer the same for UPA 13 for SCG?
The plans are the same, yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Kramer, does that mean I should update the reference in late file exhibit 134 to UPA 13? Is that the SCG equivalent?
Yes, please. Though because they're all at the avant-grid level, it will be the same. That's okay.
That's okay.
Okay. I also asked how it's determined which compensation plan executives and officers participate in. Would it be the same response for SCG?
Yes, that's the same.
Thank you. And I also asked for confirmation with respect to UPA 1 and its equivalent UPA 13 that directors earn salary only, and it's only salary that's included in for recovery. Is that the same for SCG?
It is.
Thank you. I asked specifically about where in Schedule C we would find the amount proposed for recovery for executive compensation for CNG in Schedule C 318. Is the answer the same for SCG?
It is. The schedule header has SCG instead of CNG, but it's C 3.18 as well.
Thank you. I'm gonna hold we asked for the methodology for determining the bill impacts of executive compensation. I'm sorry, I can't recall if that was as a read-in or if that was as a late file.
I have that as read-in U,
Okay,
which I think we're still working on.
thank you.
We can work on the same thing for SCG.
Thank you.
And is the response going to be different, or can the read-in U apply to CNG and SCG?
It will be the same methodology for the two different numbers.
Thank you. So I'll just keep it as read-in U.
Thank you. For the CNG panel, we also discussed the methodology for time rating and cost causative drivers. Is the company's response the same for SCG as it is for CNG?
It is.
Thank you. I also asked about I asked for an explanation of how adjusted net income and total shareholder return are calculated specifically in the context of the long-term incentive plan. Is the response the same for SCG?
It is.
And let's see, I asked about total recordable incident rate in figure 1 and 2, I believe, of the panel testimony. I believe that would be the same for SCG. Is that correct?
It is.
Thank you. I also asked about estimated time of restoration, and we had a discussion about the applicability of certain metrics with respect to the gas companies versus other operating companies in Avangrid. Is the response the same for SCG?
It is.
Thank you. Is there any Iberdrola executive compensation allocated to SCG?
No.
And with respect to the compensation study and the discussion of peers being similarly situated, and how those non-utility peers were chosen, is the company's response the same for SCG?
Yes.
Thank you. And finally, I asked in what ways executives and officers are accountable to customers. Is the panel's response for SCG the same as for CNG?
It is.
Yes.
Thank you. That's it for me, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Vacalina.
Good afternoon, Jim Bacalina, Bureau staff. I'll focus on RRU 595, which I believe is the CNG version of the SCG exhibit that we went over earlier today, which was 538. Is that correct?
I think the opposite of I think 595 is the SCG version.
595, I'm sorry, I will go over 595, which is the SCG version. Earlier today, we discussed 538, which was the CNG version.
So I will update the reference in lay file exhibit 135 to
Thank you, Attorney Bernard. With the exception of the numbers in 595, is the verbiage the same for both responses?
Yes.
Okay. So if you turn to attachment 1, please, of 595.
Right here.
Just like to confirm the numbers here. And these are SCG employees that move to service companies from SCG. We have a total of 20 employees here listed.
Yep.
With a loaded salary amount of 2.89 million.
I think that was redacted.
This was refiled with only
Oh,
the
hold on.
personnel numbers redacted.
Right, that's what we went over.
I
earlier.
apologize. I opened the wrong one.
Okay. Right.
Okay, I'm here. I apologize.
Okay, so a loaded salary total of 2.89 million.
Yep, confirmed.
2022 test year allocation of 396,000,
Confirmed.
which equals a percentage of 13.7%.
One moment and I will do the math. %13.7%?
Yes.
Yep. confirmed.
Okay. Okay, and seeing as the verbiage is the same, except for the numbers in these two responses, I asked a series of questions from paragraphs 2 through 4. Would your responses be the same for SCG as they were for CNG?
They would be.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you. I think that's it for authority staff. Attorney Wheel, Attorney Talbot Slagle.
Hello again, Tom Wheel for the Office of Consumer Counsel. I'd asked some questions about OCC 147 attachment 1, which was a CNG response, but I believe all the questions I asked pertain to individual performance objectives set at the Avangrid level. Would any of those responses be different for SCG?
No, it wouldn't. That would be the same. Yeah.
Thank you. I also asked about what level of performance is used for budgeting purposes. Would any of those responses differ for SCG?
That would be the same methodology. Yes, agreed.
Thank you. I had asked questions about, I was referencing the rebuttal, which is actually a joint rebuttal between the two companies. Starting on page 14, I had questions about quantifying the direct benefits to customers of the caregiver program, and I'd asked a late file seeking the formula used. Could I ask for the same late file for SCG? There might have been a read-in, actually.
I think it was 124 or
Yeah, 124.
okay, so I'll make that 136.
Thank you. I asked some questions about the initial testimony. So looking at the SCG initial testimony on page 5, there are 3 bullet points there. I had asked some questions about retirement and the competitive labor market generally. Would any of those responses be different for SCG?
No, they would not.
Thank you. And I had I had asked a little bit about, there's a little discussion about the third bullet point, and I believe you referred me to the customer service panel. Would that be the same response for SCG?
It would.
Thank you. And just as a reminder, Mr. O'Neill, just because I looked confused, that was the question about the potential need for incremental employees because of incremental work. That was what I was referencing. Page 10 of the SCG testimony talks about succession planning. I had several questions about that, focused primarily on the rate-making treatment of accounting, how to account for the kind of overlap between experienced and new employees. Would there be any different responses to that line of questioning for SCG?
No, the only CNG and SCG nuance I can think of here is you pointed us to a page of the CNG settlement agreement. I don't know offhand whether there's a comparable provision of the SCG settlement agreement, but conceptually, the answers would all be the same.
Okay, thank you. I had asked questions about the Aon study, specifically about the peer group and the selection of utility peers, as well as the geographic location of those utility peers. Would there be any also acknowledging the redirect on the same subject for from the CNG panel? Would there be any different responses for SCG?
No, taking into account the redirect, no, there would be no change.
Thank you. I had questions about how to interpret exhibit CBP6. My questions are about CNG CBP6, but I noticed that SCG CBP6 appears to be similar, if not identical. It's the exhibit showing the benefits as compared to peer groups. I'd asked questions about the comparative grading, the competitive range of 90 to 110. Would any of those responses be different for SCG?
No.
Thank you. I asked questions about the APA objectives, specifically the EBITDA for onshore megawatts, the offshore milestones, specific questions about offshore wind projects, the SAIDI metrics, and New York storm costs. Would any of those responses be different for SCG?
They would not be different.
Thank you. I asked about whether any component of those incentive programs is allocated individually or whether the total cost of incentive compensation is generally allocated. Would there be any different response to those questions?
No, they would not.
Thank you. I asked questions about CNG CBP3. I think the SCG CBP3 exhibit is identical, if not very similar. I'd asked questions about the regulatory outcomes section on I believe the second page about the goal of achieving non-firm margins targeting 25 million for 2 companies. Would all those responses would there be any different response for SCG?
It may be that the employees are different, so although roles may be similar for the 2 companies, that we may have picked out different objectives, but broadly the same APA plan, the same mechanism, etc.
Okay. Thank you. So if for instance, the regulatory outcomes reference on SCG CBP3 is identical wording to the same section on CNG CBP3, would your responses with respect to that section be identical?
Yes, it would.
Okay. And would the same apply to the section about achieving non-firm margins if the wording on the 2 exhibits is identical?
That would have been the same.
Okay, thank you. I asked questions about OCC 151 attachment 2. And again, although that interrogatory response was provided by CNG, it pertained to Avangrid Network's goals for incentive comp. Those are the questions about, I asked what was meant by the term achieve CapEx, questions about plant additions and the budgets for plant additions. Would any of those responses be different for SCG?
They would be exactly the same answers.
Thank you. I asked questions about OCC 137 attachment 1. This one I think might be slightly different. There's an SCG equivalent, which is OCC 262 attachment 1.
OCC
262 attachment 1.
I am there.
Thank you. When I had asked about the CNG equivalent of OCC 137 attachment 1, I had asked about the relative jump in cost between 2021 and 2022. and I heard an explanation regarding the union ratification bonus. On this exhibit, I noticed a less extreme jump in the opposite direction. So I saw an average of about 144 from 2018 to 2021, and then the test year down to 27. So I was just curious what was driving that opposite direction.
This is a similar concept to CNG, but as you're observing a different timing, there was not a union ratification bonus paid in SCG's historical test year. However, like CNG, the rebuttal testimony of the revenue requirements panel describes that SCG incurred a union ratification bonus of $159,000 in 2021 and anticipates incurring another union ratification bonus in 2024. As such, and consistent with Mr. DeFever's approach of including a normalized level of union ratification bonus in the CNG revenue requirement, similarly, SCG will propose an LFE1 to include 1/4 of its last union ratification bonus escalated for inflation as a known and measurable adjustment. And
Okay,
that's pages 41 and 42 of the rebuttal testimony of the revenue requirements panel.
Thank you. So I asked the same question, I think, but since it's a slightly different.
My apologies, Attorney Wheel, could you please re-ask that?
Sure. I asked the same question, I think, but since it's a slightly different number. So the rate year number that's reflected on this exhibit 262 SCG attachment 1 will be different in late file 1 then?
That's correct.
Thank you. I had asked questions about Schedule G 212. I have similar questions, but I won't just repeat them. So I'd ask, I'll refer, if you could open SCG Schedule G 2.12 to, yeah, G 212.
One moment, it must be large. It kills our computers. We're here.
Thank you. So I'd asked questions to the CNG panel specifically about row K, the allocation percentage of compensation charged to utility for CNG, and you recall, I think Ms.
I
Van
do.
Lilling.
I do.
Thank you. So I'd asked about the consistency of the first 4 officers there, and I noticed on this exhibit it's the exact same number, 3.83%. Can you explain why the exact same allocation would apply to CNG and SCG?
One second, I just gotta pull SCG up.
Sure.
I'll take a read in on that one and double check on why they're the same.
Sure.
I think we're up to read in why.
Thank you. And I asked generally questions about how these allocations work, the assignment of work to particular codes generally. And Ms. Van Lilling, you had explained the function of this particular schedule. Is there any difference in those responses for SCG?
No, just subject to check that this one read and why,
Sure.
but no other changes.
Thank you. And I was referring generally to the testimony that this schedule isn't, I don't want to speak for your earlier testimony, but the general concept of this schedule isn't necessarily tied to reality, meaning tied to any actual allocation that may have happened in a given year. So that
Correct.
testimony would be the same.
That testimony is all the same. Yes, correct.
Thank you. I asked questions about stock and option awards in reference to this same exhibit. Would any response to any of those questions be different for SCG?
No. They would be the same answer.
Thank you. I asked questions about OCC 151, attachment 1, which again, was a exhibit sponsored by CNG, but I believe it was pertaining to avant-grade level information. I was specifically asking questions generally about adjusted earnings per share and total shareholder return components of incentive compensation.
The same answer.
Thank you. I'm just not sure. I had asked for an amendment to late file 120. I heard that amendment re-requested. Just to clarify, the portion of my request that added the kind of second page pertaining, showing service company employee information, just wanted to confirm that that will also be included on the SCG equivalent.
And the designations for the union, non-union?
Yes,
Yep.
thank you.
Yes, I have that as,
132 maybe?
thank you. Yes, 132.
Thank you. And lastly, Mr. O'Neill, I think you had responded to some questions about the difference between incentive compensation as bonuses and the related SEC designation standards. Would there be any different responses for SCG?
No, there would be no difference.
Thank you. Passing to Attorney Talbert Legal.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. James Talbert's Legal for the OCC. I had asked some questions about the caregiver program and specifically about how it applied with the Sitter City and FSA, how it worked together. Any different answers for SCG?
Same answer.
I also asked about OCC 98, which I think the equivalent is OCC 270 maybe. I don't know if there's a better example.
I don't think it's OCC 270, but I think your answer is on OCC 98 that it would be conceptually apply to SCG as well. Our approach to calculating rate year incentive compensation expense was conceptually the same for CNG and SCG.
Okay, so other than the numbers being different, none of the answers would be different?
No, it's the same concepts for both.
Okay, thank you. And then we moved on to OCC 147, which I think the analog would be 275, maybe OCC 275.
So this was the customer split across the different plans, like the union variable, etc.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, no, that would be, the methodology is the same.
Yeah, I saw that. There are some differences though. So with the maximum, I think you testified for the maximum for a CNG employee, non-union employee would be, if they were perfect, to paraphrase here, words, they would get a 16% potential.
Yeah, as I said, I gave you an example, and that was a manager. So
Right.
a manager in both companies is typically on the same type of target, and the maximum is always double. So there would be no difference, but it's role dependent.
Okay. And then for the union, there are two separate unions, as I understand it, at SCG. One for the, I guess, the technical workers, and then the customer service people, correct?
That's my understanding.
And if you look at the OCC, I think it's 275, that the max there would be 0.5%.
Might that be 276?
It might. My computer's frozen up, and so I'm doing this from memory, so I will accept that.
Yeah, on attachment 3 of OCC 276. Yeah, that's 0.5% split over 3 metrics in 2021 and the same in 2022.
Okay. And, you know, I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but basically it's laid out there how they are awarded to the different bargaining units there. So,
Yeah, it is. In 1 year, they earned all of it. And in the second year, 2022, they only hit 1 metric, so they got 1/3 of it.
okay. So are those individual basis or is that a group that have
That's
to
a
earn it as a
collective.
group?
That's the collective. So it's all negotiated collectively, and this is a collective. Everyone is in that group. So everyone in 2021 got 0.5%, and everyone in 2022 got 0.1667%.
Oh, okay.
In
So,
the union.
so it's different than at CNG where it's an individual metric.
In the non-union, for APA, it's an individual metric, but for these guys, it's a collective.
Okay. Okay. And so then, moving on, and then we had discussed basically that whether there were any studies or anything related to the incentive compensation package. And you had said you weren't aware of any studies.
Yeah, apart from the study done for the testimony, which is the same for both, but we're not aware of I think the specific question is around other jurisdictions and what rate payers pay for in other jurisdictions. And after consultation with our expert comp consultants, they have never done that. So the answer is the same.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Not from the OCC. Thank you.
Thank you. EOE, please.
Hello again. This should be quick and painless. I am Brittany Wyman for the record. Let me open my correct page real quick. Okay, earlier, a few minutes ago, Mr. Parent, Attorney White, and I asked the CNG panel a series of questions. In lieu of repeating each individual question, I am re-asking those questions for the record now and request that SCG stipulate that it answers each question the same as it did in the CNG portion of the proceeding.
Yes, we can agree to that.
Thank you. And for the late file exhibits, I do have the SCG counterparts, if that's helpful.
Yes, so I think we're starting at 137 is that the refer to UPA 1 and UPA 9, but
Right, and that would be UPA, I think 21 and I thought I put them both next to each other. Of course I did not. 13. Thank you.
okay.
And then the next one, which was LFE 126, the counterpart is OCC 272.
Okay, and that becomes 130, late file exhibit 138.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, 272.
Yes.
Okay.
And then for 127, there was no counterpart. It was to both companies, but I assume we'd like the same for the SCG.
Yes, please. So that's late file exhibit 139.
Thank you. And then we did have that one read-in. I don't know, honestly, I'm not sure how we've been dealing with read-ins for both panels.
Is that the 2023 ratio?
Yes, it is.
Okay, is the answer, so that was read in X, is the answer gonna be different for, or the same for? Okay, so, we'll keep that as read in X.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representatives of local 12924. Attorney Anaouiji. Attorney Wright. Commissioner Karen. Okay, with the stipulation that your answers would be the same to my questions, I would just ask that we replicate my late file exhibit as now late file exhibit 140 regarding the suppliers.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay. Attorney Venora, a moment to consider redirect.
I think we're all set. I don't,
Okay.
well, actually, you know, I'm getting a look from my panel. We're gonna discuss for 5 minutes, if that's all right. Thank you.
Attorney,
Just very brief redirect, Chairman.
okay.
Mr. O'Neill, do you recall cross-examination from the OCC regarding the structure and goals in the SCG union's incentive compensation plan?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall questions from the OCC regarding potential differences in the structure between CNG and SCG?
Yes, I do.
Could you please elaborate or clarify any of your remarks there?
Yeah, so the union goals that we were referring to, just to clarify that they are collective goals. So the two union populations or the populations across CNG and SCG are all collective goals. But for the APA, the non-union plan, it is individual goals.
Thank you. That's all we have.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you to the panel. The panel is excused. And let's go ahead and call up the customer service panel, but I will note that we have to stop at 5, so I don't know how far we're going to get.
That's fine. I just, before we break for the day, Chair Gillette, I wonder if we could do a check-in on the plan for the rest of the week, because we have the next panels after customer service, have some travel, you know, we don't have to, we could do it at your convenience, but the environmental panel and the rates panel, we're trying to get a read on when to make sure we have them here.
The environmental panel has travel.
Yeah, from Rochester, New York. So, if, you know, they can be, you know, Friday, they could be here Friday, or whenever you think, but like, we just want to, try to give them some advance warning.
Okay, thank you.
And the rates panel does as well, but it's, you know, I think they're not, I don't, and, you know, it's not clear whether we would get to them by Friday or not, so.
We won't.
Okay. Just knowing that is helpful, so that's.
Okay.
It's really the environmental panel then for the rest of this week that I think we'd have to give them a heads up.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that sorry, give me 1 second here. Just want to make sure that the OCC is listening to this exchange, because I think you're the only one with affirmative cross. So if we can just have this conversation while your witness panel is getting situated. So my current plan, assuming that I have everyone's availability correct, my current thinking is that, and the panel can approach, please. My current thinking is that this panel might bleed into Friday, and I would prefer to do the environmental panel Friday, and then call it.
Good.
And then take Monday off and reconvene Tuesday morning to do rates. I think rates will finish sometime after lunch, in which case we could go into depreciation. And I think there's a possibility we could finish depreciation and be done on Wednesday, but that depends on whether everyone's cross estimates are accurate or not.
Right.
So it doesn't matter as much to me if we bleed into Thursday, but if anyone's cross estimates are way off, meaning that I cannot cancel Monday, then I would appreciate knowing that.
Yeah, the company's cross estimates, I think, as I reported on depreciation, are much shorter.
The other way.
So,
Yeah,
yeah.
perfect. And I'm happy to say that one more time. So we're gonna at least take care of administrative matters for this panel and start authority cross-examination. We'll come back with this panel tomorrow. I suspect it will bleed into Friday, which I would like to wrap up and do environmental. Monday we'll take off. Tuesday we'll come back for rate design and the start of depreciation and wrap up hopefully on Wednesday. Did I capture everyone's availability correctly? Attorney Wheel, anything?
The only thing all of our cross estimates look accurate to me. I think we will have cross for rate design.
Okay.
No more than 30 minutes, I would guess.
Okay, no, not a problem, because I believe CIEC has waived, so that should not affect our estimate. Okay,
Thank you.
okay. Pending no objections? Nope. Okay, then, we will ask, I'll probably have Miss Lupoli hold off until tomorrow and canceling Monday, but, that will be our plan. Attorney Vaughn, can you introduce any new witnesses, please?
Absolutely. The panel is comprised almost entirely of new witnesses. Beginning with Mr. Hurwitz, I'll ask each of the panel members to please state your full names and positions for the record.
Jacob Hurwitz, Senior Director of Revenue Requirements.
Jeff Drohoda, Director of Customer Care.
Tracy Palella, Vice President of Customer Service.
Nicholas Daniels, Manager, Customer Care for UI, SCG, and CNG.
Christopher Cardenas, Senior Vice President, Customer Service and Experience.
Craig Patterson, Senior Director of Customer Experience and Digital Transformation for Avangrid.
Thank you. So with the exception of Mr. Hurwitz, if I could swear everyone else in, if you could please raise your right hand. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you, Attorney Vaughn.
Thank you. Apologize, I'm just missing my references. Mr. Cardenas, Ms. Palella, Mr. Patterson, Mr. Drohoda, and Mr. Daniels. As part of your preparation for this docket, did you provide pre-filed direct, pre-filed direct rebuttal and supplemental rebuttal testimony and exhibits, which were marked as exhibits CNG-SCG-CSP 1 through 4, exhibit CNG-SCG-CSP-rebuttal 1, and exhibit CNG-SCG-CSP-rebuttal -supplemental 1. Did you also sponsor responses to interrogatories submitted in this proceeding?
Yes.
Do you have any updates or corrections to your pre-filed testimonies or interrogatory responses not previously identified for the record in an interrogatory response?
No.
Do you adopt your pre-filed testimonies and interrogatory responses as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Yes.
And lastly, for the panel, for the purposes of admission into the record, have you reviewed and do you adopt the interrogatory responses submitted by other individuals for the topic of customer service?
Yes.
Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. And we're going to start with authority staff, Ms. McDonald, and we'll go for about 20-ish, 25 minutes here.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Good afternoon, panel. I won't take 2 hours, so bear with me though. I know it's the end of the day. Let's start with interrogatory response to Pura 16.
Have it.
Okay. Can you explain the transaction volume decline in 2023 compared to 2022? I'm trying to understand how PayGuard helped to reduce the fee cost between those 2 years.
So PayGuard is a service that prevents aggregators from taking what would have been a payment by check and turning it into a credit card. So PayGuard stops that process from happening. So it would naturally then reduce the number of credit card payments that we may receive from those aggregators.
So the protection is the reason behind the significant reduction in the average cost per transaction in 2023?
It would be a component of that because of the reduction in the credit card payments that result from the use of that service.
Okay, based on those numbers, would you agree that the expectation that actual costs for credit card fees in the future would be far significant significantly lower than the allowed amounts?
We've only experienced the pay guard service for a relatively short period of time compared to the amount of years we've had credit card payments and fee-free service. In addition, we are adding some functionality to pay by credit card, including Google Pay and Apple Pay. I'm not sure what the future will bring. So I think at this point, we don't necessarily have a conclusion for that.
All right, thank you. Why did the monthly cost in September increased in December of 2019?
Sorry, can you reference the?
My apologies, EOE 209, attachment 1.
Could you repeat the question?
Why is there a difference in the cost for September 2019 compared to December 2019? It actually increased in December. The per transaction cost.
I would have to follow up on that. I don't have an answer for that right now.
Okay. Should that be a reading or a late file?
I think we could do a late file.
Late file?
Okay, so we're up to 141, but Ms. McDonald, can you please repeat?
Explanation for the monthly cost in September 2019 compared to December 2019 for the pay guard transaction fee.
And we're referencing
EOE 209 attachment 1.
Sorry, I apologize. So you're just talking about the pay guard? Because pay guard didn't go into effect.
The monthly cost, my apologies, the monthly cost in September.
Okay.
in September 2019.
2019 compared to December 2019.
Just for clarification, are you referring to cell C18 on that document?
I would love to respond to that, Mr. Daniels, but I don't have it in front of me. So should we hold off on the late file till I can respond to that?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that which numbers that we're talking about so that I get you the appropriate answer.
Thank you.
Okay.
Looking for the 388.
One second. And Mr. Daniels, what was the cell reference that you asked about?
C18.
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 I do believe there's a supplemental attachment to EOE 209.
Yeah, that's what I want to double check because I know that we have had a supplemental response. So C18 indicates 121,000.
In my notes, September should have been, sorry, thanks, Arthur. $3.88 per transaction versus December for $4.28 per transaction.
Ms. McDonald, I think I might see where you are and just to try to help. So I have
Appreciate that.
EOE 209 CNG SCG attachment 1.
Mhm.
And off in a cell to the side, I've done C18 divided by B18, and to put some words to that, that's Chase Payment Tech costs divided by volumes, and I see your 3.0 or 3.80. And then I did that same math in row 21, comparing payment tech costs to volumes in December 2019.
Yes. That sounds right, Mr. Hertz. Thank you.
Okay, and so the question is, what's the discrepancy between the two calculation?
I would have to defer to Ms. McDonald as to the question.
Yes, that is the question. That is the question.
Okay, so that, if we're clear on what the question is, I can mark that late file exhibit 141.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, now to the easy questions. Let's go to CAE 32. So I'll cite, as part of your response, there's all EVP participants, including management committee members, business CEOs, senior vice presidents, and vice presidents have their own targets for the ESG objectives, and it continues. I'm looking for an explanation for the consequences, if there are any, for EVP participants who do not meet these goals at this level.
This response was sponsored by Mr. O'Neill and Ms. Brown. Just one moment while we.
Should have sent this.
We're going to bring up Ms. Van Luling to take a shot at this one.
Thank you.
Sure.
So you're asking, if for the EVP plans, if certain metrics aren't met, what are the
Consequences,
consequences?
if there are any, yes.
So then you would not get that targeted incentive. So if, say, your incentive is, when Mr. O'Neill was giving the examples before, let's say it's just 100% of your salary of $100,000. If that component is 10% of your incentive comp and you do not meet the metrics, then you would not get $10,000. You would not get that ratio of it.
Okay.
And so we previously had a late file exhibit for the EOE. I can look it up, asking for all of the individual goals, as well as what metrics have been met for the 2022 year. And that will show if the certain metrics weren't met, that those individuals did not get compensated for those amounts.
All right, thank you. Can you add CAE 32 response to that late file from EOE, please? Or I should ask the chair that.
What would you mean, can we give it to you as well, or what would you like?
Yes, I would like it as well for CAE 32.
What's in CAE, I'm sorry, what are you looking for in CAE 32?
The late file you just referenced will give me the targets that were met by EVPs.
Yep.
Right at this level, right? I understand, did I
By
understand?
all the individuals within the EVP, yep, for all of the officers that were listed in UPA 001, correct?
Okay, and I'd like to make sure that reference is also highlighted for CAE 32.
Okay.
What if we were to do a late file for CAE 32
That's fine if
that
you'd like.
references to the other late file to make sure that
That they
we're
get it.
covering it? Because it's, yeah, because that might be the way to keep it clear. So Ms. McDonald gets her information.
Yeah, because for CAE 32, I don't actually have a schedule that went with it.
Okay, that's
So
fine.
I want to make sure we're providing you, is that what you were looking
That's
for?
what yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect, so that will be in there.
Okay, so late file 142 is to refer to CAE 32 and to provide the same information as being requested in LFE. That one. Is that maybe 122? No. Doesn't sound right. 125?
I think Ms. Van Lindlen was probably thinking of 125.
125. Okay, thank you.
Yes, UPA 001 with their specific metrics. Yes, yep, 125.
Okay, thank you.
All right, it does get easier. CAE 35. Let me know when to begin, please.
Yes.
Can the company confirm that late payment charges are not included in the total amount reported as uncollectible or your charge offs? So just leave it.
It indicates in the response that they do not have an impact on uncollectible charge-offs.
They don't have an impact, that's because it's not reported in the charge offs? Or it's still reported but has no impact?
Don't believe they're reported in the charge-off.
All right, thank you. CAE 36, the return check fee. Can you confirm that the company is not proposing to increase the return check fee?
That's correct.
CAE 38, let's talk about the call center system enhancements. Thank you. Can you confirm that the company is on target with the timelines outlined in this response for the system enhancements?
For each of the four listed
Please.
here. Yes, for knowledge base. Soft skills has been implemented. We have just, we're in the early stages with SpeechMiner, so it has been implemented, but it does take time to fine tune it, to learn the system so I don't see a timeline for that, but you know, we're currently working through it and should be fully capable here 6 months or less.
And thank you. Are there any adjustments in costs?
No,
Is the company seeking recovery in this case for the one-time and recurring costs associated with each of those enhancements?
Generally, no. These are operating expenses which were not incurred in the historical test year in which we have not pro forma'd into the proposed revenue requirement. However, for item number 4, multi-channel contact center software, I now understand that the 162,000 referenced there is a capital expenditure, which may be reflected in our proposed plant additions. I'll have to check.
All right, thank you. So can you give me a read-in then to let me know if that's part of your CapEx?
Of course.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll be reading Z.
Do I need to provide a prompt? Do I need to provide a prompt? Okay, thanks. All right, CAE 39, the bill redesign. I just want to get some confirmations there.
Yes.
The first message bubble or text box, I'm not sure how to refer to it. Would that also contain the bill help or other approved appropriate on-bill messaging as it was for UI?
Yes, the intention is the design would be the same.
Okay. Can you confirm that the estimated cost for the company's bill redesign is on target and whether the company is seeking recovery in this case?
It is in a capital project for this case.
Okay. And the costs are what was proposed?
As of right now,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. And can you confirm the date for the transition to the proposed new bill if there are no modifications?
If there are no modifications, and we were awaiting the results of this rate case, so the team would be able to start after that, and then it probably would not complete in the fourth quarter based on that schedule. It would move into probably the first quarter of 2025 potentially. But we wanted to wait and see if there were any implications as far as the design, any recommendations that we would receive that we would need to change anything.
Thank you. CAE 40.
Yes.
How does the company prioritize which customer to contact first out of the top 100?
Well, it varies because at times you'll be contacting them multiple times, depending on what happened the last time you tried to contact them. So, but it's prioritized based on the amount of the arrears balance. And then, when they're working the report based on what the last activity was. So if the customer committed to something, were they able to meet that commitment? Did they make the down payment? Have they enrolled in a program? Have they submitted their, qualification materials, et cetera? So it really depends, but in general, as far as initially, it's sorted by dollar amount. And so we're contacting customers based on that and based on any previous activity that's happened with the account.
What is the threshold for the dollar amount
There's
that
no-
would move that customer to the top of the list?
It's basically in largest to the smallest order.
So there's no threshold, it's when.
No threshold, no.
Okay. Are there any proactive measures in place to minimize the number of accounts that are designated for disconnection because of failed attempts to contact the customer?
So basically, when we're contacting the customers, we're trying to use everything available to us. So using email as well as phone calls, and then, trying to make sure that the customer is aware that they might be in threat of disconnection so that we can, enroll them in some sort of program to try to mitigate that.
So how many times does the company attempt to make contact with the customer?
I think it varies, but at minimum, typically there's 3-4 times that they're trying to reach them, if not more than that. It's multiple times.
And for some customers, right, so we're only able to disconnect customers, within their current billing cycles. So as they progress to another billing cycle, those dunning steps and customer outreaches would be repeated. So potentially they could go through the same series of outreaches in multiple months or for an extended period of time.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. So with the moratorium ending today, well, that's correct, right?
Yes.
Are these procedures the same for the hardship customers which would now be eligible for disconnection?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you. CAE 41. May I proceed? Yeah, has the company completed its development of the dashboard to display all the NPS data?
Yes, it has.
And that's in full effect?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. So CAE 43, and there's a follow-up in CAE 88. I think this may be my last question for the day. Can you confirm that the medical and financial past accounts are part of the 1,059 accounts that are at the top of that table, and that these accounts are an increase to the number of accounts that were reported in CAE 43?
I apologize. So CAE 43,
The discussion began in CAE 43 with follow-up in CAE 88, but the numbers,
okay, the numbers are in CAE 88.
yes.
Yeah, so these are the accounts that have been recalled from the legal firm.
Yes.
Could you repeat the question?
So the numbers at the top of the table, is that an increase to the number of accounts reported in CAE 43?
Yeah, I think when we did the table, we found there were two that was double counted. And so they were reduced from the total. So comparing the 3,094 to 3,092.
So just to clarify, it's not an incremental change. It's not an additional 3,092.
Right.
It's a revision to CAE 43. The actual number would have been 3,092.
So it's the same account group.
It's this. Yeah, so can you repeat that for me again, Mr. Daniels? You're saying the top of the numbers at the top of the table.
Yeah, so it's the same grouping of accounts in CAA 43 and CAA 88 that we found in CAE 88 that there were two accounts that were duplicated or counted twice within the number listed there. So it was actually 3,092 accounts compared to 3,094 accounts.
So that's why you see a different number, but it's the same accounts as your question 43 and 88. They're the same accounts. It's just a breakdown of the status of those accounts.
Okay, so that explains the total accounts, but for the past due, that the 1,059, is that an increase for the
No.
past due
So that's the current status at that time of those accounts.
at the time of the response to CAE 88?
Yes.
All right. I think that's it for the day.
All right, thank you. We will stop here. We'll reconvene with this panel at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you.